Deputy Mayor, all members of the council, the municipal manager, all directors and support staff present. Then to the members of the public who is joining our council meeting online and those in the gallery, hearty welcome to the council meeting for the month of July. Today we are joined by Roniel Marie. She is online via Teams, and as a first this morning for our council, we have a sign language interpreter, and she will be doing that function for us today via Teams. She's online. Roniel, I wish to welcome you to the council meeting. Thank you so much. It is indeed an honor for us to have you join in so that we can also today ensure that we render a service to the members of the public who under normal circumstances would not be able to join in. So thank you very much. Colleagues, we are joined also this morning by Pastor Benson, who will then officially open this council meeting through scripture and prayer. Pastor Benson, very welcome. He is from the Word of Faith Temple Ministries International, and with him in the gallery, he is with one of his church leaders, Gift, and I would also like to welcome Gift. Thank you so much. Pastor Benson, I then hand over to you.
Greetings to the mayor, greetings to the Speaker of the House, greetings to the council at large. This morning, my duty is quite tough, but with the help of the Lord, it shall be well. I'm going to read two scriptures, then I'll pray due to time because it's a busy schedule today. So if I'm to do the way we do it, it will take the whole day. But I respect time. Thank you so much. I'm reading from the book of Proverbs. The book of Proverbs, those of you that can write down, you can and read it at your spare time. Proverbs 29, verse 2, the Bible says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked are in power, the people cry. The next book is coming from the same book, Proverbs 14, verse 34. The Bible says, righteousness exalt a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. One of the things that I want to highlight from the two scriptures that the Lord has blessed us with is that righteousness, when the righteous are in power, when the righteous are ruling, the people rejoice. What does that mean? It means that the people, their priorities, they are equal to the promises that they promised people, like the duties that you carry every day in the week. You are here as a community leader, like myself, I'm a community leader. So the Bible says, when you and me, we are in authority, the people rejoice. But this part B says, but when the wicked are in power, the people cry. What does that mean? It means the people are neglected. The needs of the people are not met. The daily services, our service deliveries are not met. So you find that the good example is our city. Our city is so blessed because of the great men and women like you who have committed yourself to serve the Lord and to serve the community. This is why there are certain cries which the nation is crying, but you discover that in our city, because we have got capable men and women in authority who hear the cry of the needy, who hear the cry of the poor, who hear the cry of the homeless. you find that, of course, we might not be perfect, but we are there. I believe you agree with me. We are not yet there, but at least the service delivery in our city is at par. May the Lord bless you because of that. Then the Bible says that righteousness exalt a nation. Now we are talking about a city. If you look at our city, the great Mossel is so lovely, is so peaceful, you know. However, because of the way people are leading the people, that is why we have peace in our midst. So I want to encourage you this morning that may you continue the good work that you are doing. May the Lord give you the grace. What is the grace? The grace is the enablement. You know, God enables you to do what you cannot do. You cannot look at your ability. You look at the grace of God. So this morning, those are the two scriptures that I wanted to share with you. And I pray that as you go along the business of the day, you'll be able to meditate on these two scriptures. The Bible says once again, when the righteous are in power, in authority, people rejoice. But when the wicked are in power, you know in Africa, when people who are in power, who are wicked, what happens? People are not at peace. People are running up and down. Those are some of the examples I can give you. But look at our city. We are so peaceful. Nobody is running out. Nobody is picking an animal instead of a child. It's because we have got peace in our midst. I hope that does make sense to you. Let's just pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, today we thank you for this day, the 28th of July, 2022. Thank you, Lord, for being with the men and women, the great men and women that you have chosen to lead this city. I commit them into your hands. I pray that today, Father, as they carry out the business of this day, the business of the house, Lord, I ask you to bless them, bless their wisdom, bless their understanding, bless their knowledge as they share. Lord, let your grace rest upon each one of them. Jesus, you are the King of Kings. You are the Lord of Lords. Be the Lord of this house today. Bless your daughters, bless your sons who have come and discuss the needs of the city. Bless this city, Father. Build a hedge of protection around this city. Bless their homes, bless their businesses, bless their wives, bless their husband, bless their children. In the name of Jesus, we have prayed with a lot of thanksgiving. Amen and amen. God bless you. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord shine his face upon you. May it be well with you. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Benson, on behalf of Council, for blessing us this morning with the word, and also for praying the blessing of God upon our lives. You are welcome to join the council meeting, but I understand that you also have very busy schedules, so we're more than happy to excuse you. May God bless your ministry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Executive Deputy Mayor, who has just taken his seat. Roman 2 on our agenda. The attendance register is circulating. Under applications for leave of absence, we have this morning one apology for Councillor Kamfer, who is unfortunately not well, and he will only return back to office from the 12th of August. So that is an apology to note, please, for Councillor Kamfer. Any apologies, Municipal Manager?
Nothing from the management side to speak of.
Thank you very much, We are then at the Roman 4 on our agenda, the disclosure of interest in terms of Schedule 1 Code of Conduct for Councillors in terms of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. Is there anybody who's got an interest on the agenda who need to disclose at this point? None. Thank you very much. We are then at Roman 5 of our agenda, the disclosure of benefits in terms of Schedule 2 of the Code of Conduct for Officials in terms of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. Municipal Manager.
Management has nothing to disclose, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. We are then at Roman 6 of our agenda, the confirmation and signing of previous council minutes. The minutes of the open council meeting held on Thursday, the 30th of June, 2022, folio numbers 1785 to 2329. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose.
Many thanks, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything from the minutes? Councillor Debula, I recognize you.
Propose, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, apha kwezi minutes zale ntlanganiso igqithileyo ku-item 146 ndandinesiphakamiso njengoceba waseward 1 kumcimbi we-business land ekhoyo phayana into yobana kufakela i-permanent structure. But ke nxa ndifunda ii-minutes ezi apha, Speaker, andiboni into etsho into yobana ukhansila seward 1 wayirezi into yobana ucela i-permanent structure through laa ndawo yebhizinesi phayana kwalonqaba. So bendifuna ucacisa mhlawumbi kwenzeka ntoni ayingaveli apha kwi-minutes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Debula. Councillor Debula's question is in terms of his issue that he raised with reference to the request for Ward 1 in terms of a permanent structure. Municipal Manager, would like to respond, please?
Speaker, no, we will ask the administration to set it the minutes correctly. That's all we can do at this stage. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Councillor Debula, the Municipal Manager indicate that it will then be rectified.
Okay,
Comfortable? Thank you very much. If there is no other inputs or questions, we then proceed to Roman 7 on the agenda, which is cognizance of the Executive Mayors and Deputy Executive Mayor's resolutions in terms of delegated authority as provided for in Section 5(9) of the Act on Local Government Municipal Systems Act. Apologies. Item FCF1 to FCF48, item G26 to G30, item CS24 to CS28, item PE90 to P103, item T27 to T34, item CG37 to CG41, and UB38 to UB41. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. And do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? Councillor Buddha, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't have a question. As long as the mayor, when you go out and then you come back, as long we find the report there in the UBs, we are covered. But if sometimes I read, I don't see any report, which means he go in his own expense. So we are not going to pay it if he go in, he don't bring back the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Your input is noted with reference to the UBs. We then on Roman 8 on the agenda, cognizance of the municipal manager resolutions in terms of delegated authority as per Council Resolution E127 as provided for in Section 59 of the Act on Local Government Municipal Systems Act. We have the items GM32 to GM37. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose.
Many thanks, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Is there any questions? Yes, Councillor Buddha, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to vote it. We welcome this report from the MM in a delegated powers. But once upon we asked the MM and the executive mayor if it can be, when we're writing off the debt, especially the indigent people, we're asking whether it can be maybe more than 10,000 upwards. So we take consider the credit policy. That is why we say one day we must review it, so that when we are cancelling the debt, irrecoverable debt, we know that everybody outside, everybody who is indigent in winter and so on, so that we know that they are settled, so that they are just having a fair life like any other people. If we can do that, we can be happy. Another thing, in the GM34 MM, we find that we've got other areas they've got a progress in terms of the embarking, what you call it, the crime. For instance, the camera CCTVs and then floodlights in other areas. But we are aware that we said in our areas like Kwanongnabat or so ever, if we need these things, we're supposed to establish the ward committee, or what you call the neighborhood watch, and work with the CPF and then work with the police so that we can be helped, so that we can fund the resources. But what is important here, Madam Speaker, in our IDPs, we used to raise what we call floodlights. Since there is a lot of crime in our areas, I remember, Deputy Mayor, in the apartheid regime where that government was putting big floodlights, they can see you even if you are inside in the piglet. Big. But now when we are asking these floodlights, we used to find an answer who said, yo, it's 1.51 floodlights, it's very expensive. We want to be rectified that if you want floodlights, we want floodlights in our area so that it can be bright, we can see the crime whatsoever. Mr. Leonte, thank you very much.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Buddha. It is noted on the municipal manager resolutions. I see Councillor Gwaza. You may proceed with your question.
Enkosi kakhulu, Madam Speaker. Pha ku GM37 bendicela uMM kanondicacisela uba kwenzekani phana. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gwaza, for your question. Councillor Gwaza is asking with reference to the item, the settlement of legal costs, Mossel by Municipality, the High Court case, and MM, can you kindly respond, please?
Yeah, so Speaker, it's a legal matter. I'll ask Advocate Prince to respond on MMPR. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Prince, you may proceed. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you. This was regarding the Jehovah Witnesses. We had a case against them for removal of a car in the main street, and they lost the case. And afterwards, there was the matter regarding legal costs, and we went into a case regarding recovering of the costs. And considering the various pleadings and the alternatives, it was recommended that an offer of 60,000 for settlement be accepted, taking into consideration that it will cost more to try and recover more costs, and it was a settlement considered in favor of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your explanation, Mr. Burns. Councillor, you covered? Thank you very much. Is there any other? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to add to Councillor Buda's request regarding the floodlights that every year I notice on our budget that there's an amount that's carried over. So if we're not spending the money on the floodlights, we're budgeting for them, why aren't we spending it? Specifically, if there's a need in areas that have been identified.
Thank you very much for your input made, Councillor Gous. It is recognized as such. is indicating that he's also noting that. If there's no other inputs with reference to the municipal manager resolutions, we are then at Roman 9 on the agenda, and I now hand over the meeting to the Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. From my side, first of all, I want to congratulate the Speaker. It's part of our announcements and congratulations, but I suppose the Speaker don't want to congratulate herself, but so it's my honor and pleasure to congratulate you on your birthday that you held on Sunday, Speaker, and I know that you had a wonderful day. A lot of people congratulating you, and yeah, from my side, Godspeed on the year that lays ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Then, colleagues, my speech then in the film The Devil's Advocate, a movie in which Keanu Reeves plays a rising young lawyer who is mentored by the founder of the firm played by Al Pacino. Reeves' character asks Pacino's character, "Is this a test?" To which Pacino's character replies, "It's always a test." This is an important idea for public representatives. It's always a test. In the last month, we have been tested to no end by load shedding, fuel price hikes, and many other challenges. It is important that we be honest and admit, firstly, that we have been tested, and secondly, that it has not always been easy. But as Speaker Vanolia Fortuin recently said in a meeting here at Mossel Municipality, we don't have time for people who sleep, here we work. Before I speak about what we have been challenged by, I thought I would mention a few shining lights. Early in July, our acting mayor, Cliffy Byman, and municipal manager Colin Piren welcomed a delegation from Modemole, Mokgepong, a local municipality, as part of a study tour. The group and their leader, Mayor van Staden, were here to learn a bit from us, and they also decided that they will in future share some directives and ideas and so on. At about the same time, our acting mayor, Cliffy Byman, and Western Cape Government Health and Wellness MEC, Dr. Norma French Mbombu, attended and addressed the healthcare staff at an event celebrated and thanking frontline workers for their tireless and selfless efforts to keep Mossel Bay safe and healthy. And it was an honor to have the MEC here in town, and we also want to thank the Garden Route Casino Trust for this event. At the event, our also spoke, and also Mr. Ryan Nicholas, he also said a few words. So health is a top priority for us in Mossel Bay, and that is why on Mandela Day, me and the mayoral committee members for infrastructure, Councillor Anton and Councillor Leon, we went also to visit the Mossel Bay provincial site. We met with the staff, and we patented emergency helipad. And then Dr. Botma also briefed us a bit on the facilities, and we also had a bit of time to walk around and meet some of the patients on that day. And I must also thank each and every councillor in here this morning who's been busy. We could see on social media everybody busy serving our community. So thank you for being the representatives that you have been elected for. It's an honor working with everyone and see that everybody's effectively busy and serving their communities. More recently, Mossel Bay couple Anneke Spies managed the manager of Eden Fitness and Mr. Ruben Berger, owner of Eden Fitness, have been selected to compete as weightlifters in the 22 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in the United Kingdom. Mossel Bay's very own Anneke Spies will be South Africa's sole female weightlifter at this month's Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. And then also Micheline Wellman were elected for the Banyana under 17 soccer team. And this is also very close to Women's Month. So it's an honor to have these ladies in our town. And I would also like to congratulate the young man, JT Strydom, who has been elected for the South African Schools rugby team. And that's another example of Mossel Bay leading the way. And we are very proud of people carrying out the good name of Mossel Bay. It is not only in sports, but also in business that our Mossel Bay residents are making waves. And I recently attended the handover of donations and fish to community organizations and local community members, along with Afro Fishing CEO Dion van Zyl, Afro Fishing Human Resources Manager Deirdre Minis, Rodney Cockhill, Kitchen Manager Benevolent Park, and Deirdre Swanepoel of the Mossel Bay Community Policing Forum. We were all present. Also, the manager, she was also present, the manager of Benevolent Park, and we thanked they thanked also the staff and the CEO, and I also thanked them on behalf of council for the contribution. Afrofishing has recently donated fish to over 380 staff and 25 community organizations, and some of these organizations feed up to 140 people at a time, and this they do on a monthly basis. They donate fish. So thank you very much. This kind of support of the community from leading entrepreneurs is encouraging, and we will continue to focus on and encourage businesses to help make a difference in our communities as part of our Make a Difference or MAD campaign. It is also a good example of why we should look after our entrepreneurs. As mayoral committee member for Infrastructure Services, Councillor Delamain said after Mossel Bay Business Chamber event, as Mossel Bay leaders, we are always there to support our businesses and entrepreneurs. It's the right thing to do. So I would also like to add that it is how we will grow our economy, make Mossel Bay more family friendly, and how we will maintain our resilience as a community. A safe environment for Mossel Bay starts with a safe environment for all our community members. Let me just turn the page. The mayoral committee member for Community Safety Council, Leon van Dijk, and I recently met with a new South African Police Services District Commander for the Garden Route, which is Major General Norman Modishana. We welcomed Major General Modishana, and we see great value in our partnership. We believe the partners collaborating with the Joint Operations Centre will act as a force multiplier to ensure delivery of community safety and security. Speaking of which, the Joint Operation Centre is a space for the management of information, the management of plans, and an initiative to stop crime in its tracks, to anticipate and forestall threats through collaboration and the interdependence of fire safety, police, neighborhood watches, and our citizens. The Joint Operations Centre is the one-stop shop that we envision and that we're working on of communications and intelligence that will inform security and service delivery. And as you know, that centre will be officially opened during August. Continuing with safety and security, I wish to commend Councillor Leon van Dijk and Anton Delamain, who recently attended a workshop presented by Mossel Bay Life Saving Club and the NRSI. The session included training on medical care and simulations of drowning and shark attacks. The workshop was held on World Drowning Prevention Day. Of course, good governance is more than just elected and other leaders doing their jobs. Public participation is essential for functioning of local government, and Speaker Vanolia Fortuin leads the coordination in our ward committees, and she's been working hard to ensure the value of these structures is fully realized so that we have a fully functional public participation unit which represents that our representatives are in place. And just yesterday, ward councillors and members of your public participation unit met in their ward forum meeting. And Speaker Vanolia followed this meeting up with a second meeting in which he sat the communications team down with a public participation unit to ensure that there's collaboration amongst each other or everybody. So health and safety and security and public participation are on track. But what about tourism and arts and culture? So Mossel Bay hopes to be a regular destination for Garden Route International Film Festival and any efforts to promote our town as a destination for film, arts and tourism. This is the message that Acting Cliffy Byman shared during the Garden Route International Film Festival earlier in July. And at this stage, I must also thank him for for the work that he's been doing while we were on recess. He kept things going on this side, on the political side. I know that there was also one or two other councillors who kept on working, so thank you for that. The festival was held at the Dias Hotel and Resort, and acting Mayor Cliffy Byman attended the event with his wife Mallory Byman and other officials and representatives of the Mossel Municipality. Of course, unlike films, governance is about real life. It's about people experience or what they don't experience day in and day out. In the last month, many have not experienced as many hot showers, as many home-cooked meals, and as many hours of productive business hours as they would have hoped for. So load shedding has plunged the municipality into the heart of darkness. The public is fed up with hearing that the responsibility lies with the national government and that we as municipality are as powerless as they are. And frankly, I think we are also fed up as they are, but we do have closer proximity to the decision-making process and decision makers than they do, and we need to make that work in service of the taxpayers of who we serve. We are currently weighing up options while we wait for our last outstanding results in terms of the network, sustainability, cost of provision studies, and at this stage, obviously, we're part of the energy resilience program. And additionally, we have already identified space for a solar plant and are already in the process of installing high voltage cables to the nearest substation outside Mossel. We will hope to be able to provide the public with more information shortly, and I know that there's another meeting set up, I think it's early next week, with our legal team who's also helping us to suss out some of the still unknowns. A lot of work has already gone into this effort to solve the load shedding problem, but at this stage, colleagues, it's important that we are working on a lot of stuff, but it's important that we also realize, and I've mentioned this before, that in terms of the studies, it shows that only 27% basically of the problem will be solved in terms of the supply that solar can or renewable energy can bring. So 20% of our problem might be solved, and at this stage, obviously, battery storage and so forth will help to get even less reliant on Eskom. But at this stage, we know that it's still very expensive, and so it's not really an option at this stage. So yeah, at this stage, as Otto von Bismarck once said, politics is the art of the possible. And in Mossel Bay this week, we have had people who prove how much is possible. Councillor Byman, Delamain, Janse van Rensburg, Klaassen, and Councillor Liebenberg. It's all people who helped a lot with what happened in Grootbrak, the fires there. So yeah, from my side, thank you very much for the role that you play, the leadership that you've shown in helping the people of Wolverdans. Thank you also to the Garden Route Casino Trust for providing meals for 3 days so far. Thank you to the Gift of the Givers, blankets, mattresses, and I understand peanuts and all sorts of things. The ward committees, I know that the various ward committees were also working hard. I've also visited and I've seen some of them there. Yes, they were the people. So it was Ward 4, 5, and 14, that ward committees. Thank you very much. Then also Director Nell and her team, immediately the halls being made available, skips were made available, social workers helping, also food's been distributed and delivered yesterday. And I might even miss people here, so much people has been busy. So it's also important that we thank the people in the media, everybody who helped. Afrofishing, once again, they provided 700 kgs of fish. Then there was also the Grootbrak NG Church, and also Mossel Bay Rotary, who made large contributions. Thank you very much to them as well. And then also to the Grootbrak Community Policing Forum, the Neighborhood Watchers, and I also understand the Midbrak Conservancy Group. They also made contributions, and various people of that area and of the greater Mossel Bay area. So thank you very much on behalf of this council. The fire has shown us that service with compassion truly looks like and what it looks like, and it has shown us what is possible, the true art of the possible when leaders from different sectors collaborate to make a difference. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for the communications shared with the council and members of the public. It is indeed welcome. We are then at the communications of the speaker. There's just a few things from my side. A kind request and reminder to all councillors that in terms of Rule 69 of our Rules of Order, that we please just follow due protocol in terms of request and communication, official communication, that we just include our MMCs of the relevant departments when requests and questions, etc., are being submitted for response. So just a reminder thereof. Then welcome back to everybody from the short recess period that we had. I've touched base with a few councillors. Some indicated that they went on holiday. Unfortunately, others were working, but I'm happy to see that everybody is well, and we continue just to pray also for Councillor Kamfer, who has had a setback. It's important that we also take care of our well-being and those of our families. Then the mayor touched on it yesterday. We had our, I think, second ward forum meeting with all ward councillors. It was very, very good, in a very good spirit. And I would also just like to thank the ward councillors that we are able to work together to ensure that we attend to the issues of the community through the ward committee structures. The Office of the Speaker's got an open door policy, and I can confirm, Executive Mayor, that all councillors have a very good relationship with the Office of the Speaker, and we assist in the best possible way that we can. So I would just also like to again thank the ward councillors, and of course all other councillors are more than welcome. Should you need any assistance, I did again also confirm yesterday to the ward councillors that we will not engage in political battles. That's not what the Office of the Speaker is there for. We will attend to the business of this council only. And that is also for the ward committee structure, because it is very clear that it's apolitical, and we only deal as with the prescribed legislation in terms of the function that we have. Then in front of us this morning, councillors, we have a list of 2 birthdays that were celebrated, and I would like to congratulate Councillor Gous on behalf of Council on a birthday, the 29th of July, and I would like to wish you well, Councillor Gous. May God bless and continue to also keep you. Then, colleagues, we have a long list this morning of members of the public that has passed on, and I would also just like to again express our condolences to Alderman Boyson, who has also lost his mother, and funeral was this past Saturday. So we also keep Councillor Boyson then in our prayers, and I would like to ask Council to rise for a minute of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. All may be seated. We are then at Roman 10 on our agenda, which is written questions received. Can I have an indication from the Executive Mayor if there's any questions, Mayor?
No questions, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Municipal Manager.
We received some which we attended to administratively Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmy. I am aware, and I would like to thank the administration for answering the questions of the relevant councillor. We are then this morning on page 2330, our agenda for today. We have 2 additional items that we will attend to after the pink pages. When we conclude with that, we will deal with the 2 additional items. Councillors, members of the public, item E161, the Provisional Finance Management Report for June 2022 in terms of the MFMA Section 52. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder? I recognize Councillor Baron. He's got the red light. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Annie. Councillor Baron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before I second, I just want to say that the MPEC committee met on the 19th of July in this chambers, face to face. Our meeting was proposed after all the questions. Anneke van Rensburg, Councillor Anneke did propose, and Councillor Kannemeyer was the seconder. However, there was from the side of the ANC, firstly, I must say we had a provisional 52 report. And the reason for the provisional report, obviously, is we are at the end of the book year. 30 June is our end of the book year. And after the book year, we have 2 months to prepare for the annual report. So in 2 months' time, all the transactions must be finished. That's why our report is provisional. And that's how our Director of Finance explained. But however, the ANC Councillor Gwaza, she said she disagreed with the proposal and the seconder. And I want you to give her an opportunity to say if she still feels the same. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Baron. I had a proposal from Councillor Furness. Can I, were you the seconder? Okay,
I'm the
good.
second.
Thank you. We then have the seconder, and then Councillor Buddha, I see your light. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as you know that while all of us were not serving in the MPEC, we see the Section 52 report. As you said, that the chairperson, just a question. I want to note that the capital budget here, when you look in the Section 52 report, spent 58%, is underspent. And then you find that conditional grant for housing is 37. And then you only find again that the recording was not done on time. Now, Chair Lady, we want us to know maybe what's happening. Because here we're dealing with the KPIs. We want to measure each and every director. I want us to keep the bonus at the end of the year. Now, what's happening here? Wow. How can we rectify this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha, for your question. The CFO will respond. Thanks, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to the underspending on housing, it's not an underspending on our side. What was identified by the Directorate and with finance assistance and with in consultation with the Department of Human Settlements was they had gazetted an amount of 78 million rand that was supposed to have been, according to the Gazette, supposed to be transferred to the municipality. When we followed up on why the money hasn't been paid yet or paid over to us yet, the department indicated that that was an error on the Gazette and that money would not be transferred to the municipality. When the communication had come through to the municipality, our adjustment budget had already been passed, went through council already, and we can only adjust our budget based on the actual gazetted budget. So at the time, in our communication and seeking clarity between ourselves and the department as well as Provincial Treasury, it was the window for the department to then have or amend the Gazette closed. And as a result of that, the Gazette couldn't be fixed and we couldn't fix our budget to adjust it to indicate that we would not be receiving that 78 million. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, CFO. Councillor Buddha, are you comfortable with the response?
Yes, Chair Lady. Chair Lady, we want just this report must be monitored and get full update, particularly the non-performance area in this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. That is indeed noted. Any other inputs? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I am a member of the Impact, but was unfortunately not able to attend the meeting on the 19th. I did, however, work through the report, submit some questions to the administration via the Impact Chair as well, with his cognizance, and received replies. I'd like to start on a positive note and just commend the municipality for the savings made on travel and subsistence, as well as events and catering. Both of them were R500,000 worth, so that's R1 million saved. I do, however, want to also mention, when we speak about cost containment, Speaker, that we need to be very aware of when we spend money, if we are receiving value for money, and if we are in fact receiving the income that we expect when we do make an expense or incur an expense. And for that reason, I want to mention the billboards that the ACDP voted against in this council chamber. That has cost 800,000 Rand, and yet we received so far no income from it. And I can't see that we're going to receive that income, whatever interest we would have earned on that money, either in the next few years. So I'd like us to be cognizant of that type of thing. And then I also was concerned about the capital expenditure, but I've been assured by the CFO that there are adjustments that need to be, orders and that type of thing that still need to go through. But I am concerned that we will then still have a material underspending expenditure. And while we can't change anything, it's just for cognizance, I would like the ACDP concern noted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous.
Speaker, my apologies.
Yes.
May I just also commend Director Naidu. We've had extensive theft that I've become aware of on our electricity poles, the copper wires that are being stolen. And the cost is approximately 1,500 Rand per lamp pole to be repaired. And I stopped by some of his staff over in this week that have now actually resorted to tacking, welding the metal plates on so that they can't just be broken out and so on. So I really just want to thank you and your staff for that. We hope it works.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. The concerns then from Councillor Gous and Councillor Buddha are noted accordingly. There is no counter proposal. The item then, yes, Executive Mayor.
Madam Speaker, sorry, yeah, I'm just sitting thinking. I've heard the inputs from Councillor Gous, and yes, I agree. 800,000 Rand is a lot of money. So I've seen that it's proper structures. I think it will last for 50 years. And we stay next to the coast. Obviously, the fact that we're staying close to the coast is making any steel works and construction work a bit more expensive. But I've seen that it's proper structures that's been put up. The first big billboard did go up. So hopefully we will start getting returns. So we take note of the concern from your side. Hopefully we will have enough people advertising soon. What I'm trying to get at is if any of our colleagues has got any other ideas, we're willing and open. And at this week's management meeting, we also ask that the finance chairperson and the CFO once again look at new income streams. So we're trying something. We're not perfect, but it was just an idea. Hopefully it will work. We know that billboards in bigger places work very well. You get a proper income stream out of them, especially if you've got big contracts in place with your bigger advertisers and so on. So that was the thought of, or school of thought behind that. But obviously we take the criticism, but I just wanted to explain once again, and the challenge out there to every one of us is what can we do to ensure that we've got income streams that's sustainable. At this stage, I'm just as concerned as many of us here. We see how things are getting exponentially a lot more expensive quickly. And obviously that's impacting on a lot of our residents, a lot of poor residents, and a lot of elderly people, retired people staying in our town. And yeah, moving forward, we will have to be extra careful of how we change our rates and so on. And at the end of the day, we must take a decision, and we're trying to deliver world-class services. But at the end of the day, we will have to take a decision. Are we going to maybe cut back on some of these services and try to stay affordable? Because I know, and that in terms of ratings agencies, Ratings Africa, one of the inputs they gave us, the fact that we got not a lot, but a bit less affordable. We were a bit more. Now we are 1 or 2 points less. I think it was out of 100 points, we lost 1 or 2 points. But still, it's a concern. I think at this stage we're doing well with a lot of people moving to town that can afford services and contribute to our economy. But at this stage, we're struggling to get businesses that can give work to the people who doesn't have and is more needy. And that's our main challenge at this stage and so on. Yeah, so while we're thinking of getting new income streams, we must also apply our mind and come up with ideas. How do we get bigger businesses established here? And yeah, my challenge to everybody is to help give us ideas, and we will not just chuck it away because from other party. I think it's a collective problem. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for your input. It is well noted, Mayor. The item then carries. We are at item E162, the disposal of capital assets and movable assets. The item is in front of us for approval. Can I please have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I would like to second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. Is there any questions? Yes, Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. I do have a concern. I've noticed that our deviations have increased again in the last few months. And looking specifically at this specific report, there's 96 deviations, of which many of them are to the Mossel Bay Advertiser. I have raised queries about why we haven't got a tender in place with them yet. And as far as I can tell, we're heading either just over a year or close on a year now that tender has not been awarded. And I can't imagine why it would be. Sorry? Are we not on deviations? Oh, we're not, sorry. I'll hold that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Yes, you at the next item you can. Is there any other input then on item E162? Where's the red light? All right, Councillor Machisini, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. You can continue.
Okay. Bendicela ucaciselwa apha kule table elapha uba la number leya ayifumeneyo phaa kwi-carry value uyifumene njani? Inkosi.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machisini is then asking for an explanation on the table as set out with all the figures and descriptions there. Municipal Manager, can I ask the CFO to respond? Will you?
Yes, he will be in a better position.
Thank you very much. CFO, will you kindly respond to Councillor Machisini?
Speaker, on the table, you can see the two big amounts, the 1,743 and the 3,560 was item that were returned to the suppliers, so it's not like, and then for a discount on a replacement, but it's not to say it was written off. So if we then add all the smaller ones, we will get to the 6,680, which is sent back to province and the insurance claims.
Thank you very much. The Municipal Manager want to add?
No, he caught on.
Okay, Councillor Murchison, you comfortable with the response?
Yes, I'm comfortable with it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is quite a substantial amount of money that is involved here. My question is, if you look at the original cost and the carry value, it seems to me that these items has never been used. Then the question remains, why has it been acquired? For what purpose? You know, if you keep on doing such things, if my calculation is right, then these monies in the depreciation column, it can be exorbitant amounts as we carry on, and we really need not to go there if there is no need for these items. It then reflects in terms of the department responsible for obtaining this stuff, the purpose thereof, and how it is being used or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input, mate. Councillor Porter, CFO, do you wish to respond?
Speaker, in response to the councillor's concerns, there's an acquisition date. So those ones that originally cost 30,000 and 9,000, they were purchased in 2013. So every asset has a lifespan. And from what I see here, we've gone, I think aircon is supposed to last how long? You need to compare it with that. And it's been almost 9 years possibly that the asset has been effectively utilized. And so and part of the accounting standard, part of an asset's lifespan, all assets depreciate over this useful lifespan. So from what I can see here, we got some good use out of the assets that were then written off due to insurance claims. But we take note of the need for certain assets and by the directors and finance as well.
Thank you very much for your clarity on that. If there's no counter proposal, then the item carries unanimously. All the inputs are noted as such. Thank you very much. We are then on item E163, the Supply Chain Management Monthly Report for Deviations approved. And this item is for cognizance. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer.
Madam Speaker, I will second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Councillor Gous, do you wish to share your input here now? Councillor Buddha, can we have the, thank you. After Councillor Gous, Councillor Buddha will speak. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't repeat what I've already said, except for the fact that I'd like my concern noted about the Mossel Bay advertiser tender not yet being awarded. And yes, let me leave it at that. Also, the Crest Crest plumbers that have been approached through Deviations, and I've been told that the new tender will be ready at the end of August and then be advertised, which I don't really understand the delay about, because surely that's pretty much a copy and paste exercise. And it's in our best interest to, as soon as possible, award tender so that we can get better prices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Your two inputs are indeed noted. Councillor Buddha, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just clarity. If you look at this item, I see the item is at the end of the recommendation. It's a note that consult the complete annex attached on the agenda for finance. Now, I'm just want just clarity. In my understanding, just coming to the recess, we never have a meeting of Section 8 committees. Now here they refer us to the Finance Committee on the 19th of July. So now I'm thinking, well, or maybe I was absent, maybe I was sleeping. And then as all of us, we know that if you are speaking about deviation, always deviation, you must be aware of the deviation, because deviation means poor planning. We understand what is happening, but deviation, we must all means try to get rid of the deviation. Can you answer me here about this committee of finance on the 19th of July?
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Indeed, we were on recess. We did not have any committee meetings,
Yeah, no, I think you answered, Speaker. Because of council being on recess, the committee meetings hasn't taken place. We took all the items directly to the mayoral committee. That's what it says here. The mayoral committee occurred on the 19th of July, and we have to bring these items through to council. Council were on recess, so it was impossible for us to have committee meetings.
Yes, Councillor Buddha.
Oh, thank you, Madam. Thank you, That is why I'm confused. You know that I'm not talking in the mayor's committee. Of now, we're going to open the door so that we can talk in the mayor's committee. Because it's here now. You said you refer back. This item was on the mayor's committee where our mouth is shut. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. It is noted. I can also just confirm that the mayoral committee meetings are open to all councillors. They do get invited, but correctly so. It's for observation during that meeting. Your inputs are noted, Councillor Buddha. Thank you so much. We are then on item E164 of our agenda. It is the monthly report with regard to supply chain management for May 2022. And this report is for cognizance. Can I have a proposal, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose item E164.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Speaker. I will second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Setunsha. I see no lights for questions or inputs. We are then at item E165 of our agenda. It is the writing of irrecoverable debts for the period ending July 2022. And we have our recommendation listed on page 2341. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item as this is quite a good item going forward for our indigent residents, and I think it's going to go a long way to help a large section of the poorest of the poor in our community. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Indeed, do we have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I would like to second this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. We then have a seconder. Do we have any questions or input? Yes, Councillor Buddha.
Madam Speaker, thank you. In our recommendation, we want just to know exactly who is this in the indigent. The last part is you just writing off 606,793, but there is somebody with the maximum of 331,626. Is this person is an indigent? So big money. What's happening here? We are writing 72 million here. Who's this?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Indeed, it is a huge amount, and there was clarity asked. The response was that it is a water leak. It was a water leak, but I will just let the or the CFO can respond to Councillor Buddha's question. Councillor Gous, would you like to add?
I'd like to add, Speaker, if
Yes,
I may.
yes, you
Thank
may proceed.
It was also a concern that I noted, Speaker, and I understand, it's politically expedient to want to write off this bad debt, but I'm genuinely concerned that we can then let a water leak run until somebody owes us 300,000 Rand, not like that, okay? And I also, because the amounts that are being written off, over what period of time has the person been owing us money that there hasn't been action taken? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous, Municipal Manager.
Speaker, no, I want to ensure the councillors, and there's a CFO, when this item came to my desk, before it came to council, I also picked it up. And I called the CFO as well as the guys downstairs. And I asked exactly the same questions as what the councillors asked now. But then they brought me the documents, and we found that it's one person situated in Brandwa, and the leak took place in 1 month's time. It didn't come over years, because that was exactly the same question. And because of council's policy, this person also falls in the indigent level 1 category now. That's why we cannot treat it differently, Councillor Buddha, than what we treat the rest. It's one of those things that happened, and I asked the officials, couldn't they have foreseen it, but it was very difficult because it happened in 1 month. Thanks.
Speaker, may I follow up?
You make, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got sympathy with what you're saying. And so from the municipality side, I can see that nothing could have been done to prevent that. There are other amounts of 128,000, 116,000 as well. I don't know if that was also all water leaks. But at what point do we address the community about taking responsibility? 300,000 rands water, that is a lot of water. It must have been gushing. So it must have been obvious. It must have been seen. Councillors that move around in that area, ward committee members that move around in that area, somebody needs to be addressed in this regard.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Yes, Alderman Poison, can we have the director respond then, or then you can speak? Thank you, Director Naidu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, from a technical or engineering side, I'd just like to offer some comments. You sometimes have faulty meters. Although we send the meters for tests, it still comes out that the meter is registering accurately within the limits. But we've got a lot of old electromechanical meters. You have this like digital displays, and sometimes you have this the clock or the rotating mechanism inside might just skip a digit. And then instead of reading 100, it's reading 1,000. And we did pick up that. But having said that, what we also need to understand that water meters, any water meter that's older than 15 years should be replaced. Now we've got close to, I think it's over 34,000 meters, water meters, and we try and replace 500 meters a year. Now that is very, very low. We need to obviously spend more money on replacement of water meters, but we're not doing that. Now, if you do come across a case where there's a water meter that's 20 years old, now if the rules say anything more than 15 years should be replaced and you already have a meter that's 20 years old, we also take that into consideration when we waiving costs. Because it's an old water meter and we cannot prove that the meter was registering inaccurately, but we waive the costs.
Thank you very much, Director Naidu, for your insight shared. Alderman Poison.
At this point, finished. I just want to correct the councillor, Madam Speaker, about the political link. Here on E165, you can see this is written writing off irrecoverable debts. So it means that we will never get that money in. And we don't ask and go to the people and say, this is DA people, this is ANC people, or which affiliation are you? It's written off. We will never get it. It's the poorest of the poor people. And we do it regularly. It will not help. If we send out papers, we will never get that money again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Poison. It's noted, CFO, and then I see the light of Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for the councillors as well to give some type of assurance from a financial perspective and from our income department downstairs with regards to water leaks, excessive water consumption, electricity consumption. On a monthly basis, we run exception reports where excessive usage or something that's out of the norm is followed up with all residents. In that we will give you a call, we will indicate we picked up some excessive usage for the month. Can you please go and have a look? or is there leakage on your property? Can you please have it repaired as soon as possible? If you are indigent and there is in fact a leak, or we contact you, we will then send some of our own people out to go and have a look. But that's only for indigents, not for the paying, or not for non-indigent residents. So that is being done so that we can kind of cut the losses due to leaks as quickly as possible. So if there is a leak, please, we ask the residents to please respond, have us come out, have a look, and so that we can put it, or it's like limit the losses that we do experience from a water perspective and things like that.
Thank you very much, CFO. Indeed, so we should communicate, and perhaps it's something that we can put out to the public, to the residents through our communications department, that we urge the community to report and not wait so long. And this, of course, includes ward committee members, because perhaps a councillor doesn't reside close by, but a ward committee member can pick it up and report. So yeah, I agree with that. Thank you very much, CFO. Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know why we must make a statement as such as we don't ask you whether you're DA or whatever the case may be. I don't think that's even relevant in this case. We're talking about millions, close to 100,000 thousands of rands, 100 million of rands. And I'm worried about what we are talking about in council. Firstly, this issue of old meters that skips a digit is of concern, whether it's one digit or what. If we look at 100 million, then we must seriously look at anything that we are confronted with that has the ability to escalate monies that must be written off. And we must look in all areas to change whatever needs to be changed. How much is it going to cost this council to pay for the meters that Director Naidu is referring to replace that, to ensure that we don't have that problem anymore? That's one. Two, if we look at 70, how many million rand?
72.
72 million rand. It is incumbent on this council to decide and resolve that we must engage the community in general on a campaign in relation to water, the usage of water, address the spillage, address the shortages, and address the leaks. We cannot allow this exorbitant amount of money to be written off willy-nilly simply because it's a water leak. We have a responsibility to educate our residents, our consumers when it comes to the services of municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. All the inputs are noted. I did not hear any counter proposal in terms of not wanting to approve this item. Councillor Gous, I've been lenient. You had a lot of chances. Last bite.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it. Speaker, my concern, although we've now discussed the water leakages, if I understood the report correctly, the annexure that we received, that some of the write-offs were due to tampering on the meters. If we could just get clarity on that, I might have misunderstood that, but right at the top left-hand side of the annexures, there's amounts stipulated for different things, one of them being tampering. And then if there has been tampering, what are the consequences? Even if a person is indigent, what are the consequences to that? Because that is dishonest and it's theft.
Thank you very much for your question. It is an important question. CFO, can you respond, please?
Thank you, Speaker. To respond to Councillor Gous, that yes, it is tampering. When we write it off, we write off the whole debt, as they've now classified or qualified for a certain type of indigent level. It is something that we are looking at. We do find difficulty in processing the let's call it legal aspect of stealing and tampering and messing with the municipal's property. It is something that we are looking at. We keep speaking to legal about it as well. What action can we take? Because as part of our process, when we identify a tamper, we will then go and find the person, and then we expect the money to be paid back to us, or at least, and then correct the situation as it is. We are finding challenges in that. The minute you fix a tamper or set it right, you fix the meter, you set the meter up properly, you leave, the very next day it happens again. And that's something that continues to keep recycling, and we just keep going back every time to try and sort it out. With regards to locking up somebody, that's something that obviously we put on the table, and then have discussions with legal regarding proceeding that way.
Thank
These are challenge
you. Thank you, CFO, and thank you, councillors, for all the inputs made. It's important because it is an important aspect. Thank you for indicating that we're looking at CFO at mechanisms to address it, and I also, like already previously indicated, that I do believe that through our communication office, we should then make the public aware, and we can indeed do a campaign around this. Do we have a counter proposal? Councillor Porter?
Speaker, just in addition to what I was saying, not necessarily a counter proposal.
Okay, you may proceed.
Speaker, I'm very much delighted with your response to the campaign. I think that will assist us greatly. Just one concern on this one is the fact that, you know, the thing really bothers me, the amount of water that has been leaked versus the amount of money that is involved there. But now you're sitting with another situation where a water meter has been stolen, and the policy compared to what we hear now is so unfair that that person must now pay, let's say, 3,000 rand. It is not because of his own fault that there's a water leakage or water has run freely, but because of crime. So my question is just how do we deal in terms of fairness with a person that he didn't ask the people to come and steal it, but he is now suffering the loss of water now and now responsible to pay it. If you look at that scenario and this scenario, how can we bring fairness?
Thank you, Councillor Porter, CFO.
Speaker, my response won't, I think, satisfy Councillor Porter's question completely, but that was a problem in the past with regards to residents being penalized as a result of theft or vandalism, and then obviously there's some water losses. In the policy for the current year, from 1 July 2022, we have gone and amended the credit control policy where if you do suffer as a result of loss or theft, it didn't qualify in the previous policy, but the policy now then excludes that. And in that, if your water pipes are stolen or there is some type of vandalism, we will not charge you the tariff for excessive usage, but we will go and identify your normal costing, what you would normally pay for water or consume, and then we will charge you that lower rate just to cover our cost of the water that had to be produced.
Thank you very much, CFO, for your response.
Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Baron.
I just want to say one thing on this point. I didn't want to speak actually, but I think I must say something.
Yes, you may be allowed to speak.
This kind of problem is the problem that broke your heart when people come and complain. If someone come and complain with you that they have now suddenly a account of 40,000 rand, because there's a lot of those complaints. What we normally do, we come to Director Naidu or Director Fredericks, and they do an investigation. And after the investigation, they decide who's wrong or who's right, and then they fix. So I want them to keep on doing that. I hear all the complaints, but let us serve our community If you are wrong, you must pay. If you are not wrong, you don't pay. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Valuable input made. Thank you, Councillor Baron. Maya, you can put on your light. I now have Councillor Van Dijk for his first bite. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe just to enlighten some of the councillors, we have embarked on a process to retrain some of our peace officers, also to employ more peace officers. So that will certainly help in one of the aspects, reactive basically, but that would certainly help. And then we've also created the opportunity at the Joint Operations Centre where cases from the municipality can be reported, be written up, prepared, and the dockets then taken to police stations to make it easier to handle these sort of situations, and not for an official to stand in a queue at a charge office to actually get cases going. So that was discussed with the general staff last week, and that is also a method of addressing that. So we're trying from our side to cover that angle as well, to handle on a municipal court level and also in terms of a criminal court situation, the matter going forward.
Valuable input. Thank you very much, our MMC for Safety and his department. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, thank you. Just to elaborate on what the CFO said, I think that's also important. Sometimes pipes get stolen, it's holiday homes, or it's bursts under the ground and people not aware of it. And then the residents incur massive losses. And yeah, then it feels that they've been penalized, and we don't want to double penalize them because we've got the scale escalate. The more you use, the more expensive it becomes actually. And that's why we had long debates, and we felt that it's important that we must not lose, but we must also not penalize, because we'll only double straf the verbruiker. And that's why we said, but let's then only get back the cost that it cost us, or the expense, that we just can recoup that, but that we don't penalize the resident on the fact that the scales the water become more expensive as it leaks away and so on. And yeah, I think it's important that we tell the community that, yeah, a lot of people receive massive accounts, and that we are indeed, we are looking and considering it. Because it's obviously, I think it's unfair if you're not staying here, your pipes get stolen, now a lot of water runs away. We don't want to lose as council, so we're going to still charge the basic rate, what it costs us. But on the other hand, as I've mentioned, it escalates. It becomes exponentially more expensive the more water you lose, and that's why the people get that 40,000 and even more accounts.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Yes, CFO, you may proceed.
Apologies, Speaker.
No,
I want
no,
to
you
speak
may
after the
proceed.
Mayor. Apologies. Just to add, I was just reminded, when there is a theft and there is vandalism, that there is in fact either a case or an affidavit of some kind that we can then assist with processing, would follow the processes that needs to take place. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, CFO. We have no counter proposal on this item in terms of writing off. Councillor Gous.
Speaker, thank you. I'd like to state, first of all, that the ACDP sympathizes with the indigent people. And I also want to state that when people have approached me, I have come to the finance department and I've received excellent help and services, and the people have always been assisted. So I know that there might be some people that might still be ignorant about the help they can receive through the indigent policy and subsidies. But Speaker, conflating these two issues creates a dilemma for me. So if we had two separate items, one writing off the debt of the indigents, I would have no issue with that. What I do have an issue with is writing off R1 million fees for people that have tampered with meters. In other words, being dishonest and stolen from this municipality and from other residents. And for that reason, the ACDP won't support this item. We'll abstain. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for the ACDP who indicates their position in terms of abstaining. We can have any other indication? None. We've had a very good in-depth discussion, And thank you for the positiveness and the spirit in which we as council could speak to the issue at hand. I think the important thing coming out from this is indeed some education and a definite campaign that we need to run to educate our community. And our newly appointed comms person is sitting in the gallery. And this is something that we will really have to attend to. She's indicating yes. So thank you for the inputs made. We then conclude with that item where the ACDP who has indicated that they are abstaining. We are then on item E166. The amendment of the 2022/23 cash management and investment policy. We still have Roniel joining us via Teams, rendering the sign language interpretation for us. And I would just again like to say thank you. I am following you on the screen. It is appreciated. We have our recommendation for item E116 in front of us. Can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Agbare Speaker, ek sal met graagte hierdie item sekondeer.
Thank you very much. Can we just pause for a minute? Ronel is indicating that she cannot hear. I don't know what seems to be the problem. Is there anybody who can?
Yes, they will mute.
Yeah, but it has been muted though. Are we not doing through this? Okay, so there's no need then to have the mic on the laptop on. Ronel, can you indicate to me? Can you hear now? She can't. There seems to be a problem, and it's not on my side with the. Is there somebody that can please just attend to this? I would appreciate it. Mr. Fraser, thank you very much. We then continue. We had a proposer and a seconder. Is there any inputs? Yes, Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I have questions. In section 7.1.1.7, we mentioned that an overdraft position for a period exceeding a prescribed period. Why do we not just indicate the exact period? And then also the shortages paid by the cashier. Is there a limit to that? So, I mean, sometimes we're human, we make mistakes. And do the cashiers have to pay in every single cent if they're short? Is there a limit to the bottom and a limit to the top? If we could just get clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Ronel, are you good? All right, she's well on track. Thank you so much. Councillor Gous, we have that question. CFO, can I allow for Councillor Machesini to also ask and then you respond? Good, thanks. Councillor Machesini, you may proceed.
Okay, Ngosi, Madam Speaker. Njengoba thina si-ANC sasicelile uba enye nenye ipolisi eziswa kuthi sicela siyifundiswe kuqala. Siyazi le nto yayithethekile phaa nge-31 zikaMeyi ngeli xesha sixelelwa ngezi polisi. Sathi sicela masifundiswe ngazo kuqala. Ingabe loo nto nayithathele ingqalelo na? Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machesini is asking that we workshop the policy as previously indicated, that when policies are serving in front of council for approval, that it gets workshop with the councillors. What we have in front of us is an amendment. CFO, can you please respond to Councillor Gous and Councillor Machesini? If you can please switch off your light. Thank you so much. You might proceed, CFO.
With regards to the question asked by Councillor Gous, I will just have to, I will have to go and just double check on those things, and I'll get back to Councillor. As the only thing that changed in the policy itself from when it was approved, submitted to Council in March, and then again in May, is just the percentage with regards to limitations on investments. That's the only thing that we changed, because we are going to be losing tens of hundreds of thousands of rands of interest, or maybe millions in the year, because of that percentage. That's the only thing that is applicable, but I will have a look at those questions. And with regards to the workshop of the policy, that will be rolled out going forward. But this change was merely just a percentage change on the policy to be able for us to invest more and to gain more with our investments that we make during the year. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machisini, are you covered? Good, thank you. Councillor Gous, the clarity provided. Thank you very much. We have no counter proposal. The item then carries in terms of the amendment that is serving in front of us. My apologies. We are then on page 2369, item E167, the 2023-2024 IDP and budget process plan and time schedule. We have our recommendations listed, points 1 and 2. Can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Leroux, please?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. Is there any questions on this item? Councillor Buddha, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, it's just clarity. In recommendation point 2.1, when you spoke about physical public engagement, I want us to be sure what kind of a consultation is that, because always we've been crying about proper consultation. And that, secondly, we like just when we go in this ITP plan, always we're supposed to, previously we have a notice board. If it's a loud telling and a notice board, it's okay. Those they go to interview and then social media and so on. But in my ward, almost 70% they are uneducated. 70%. So now if you are going to give flyers or going to read or interview and then a written pamphlet, they can't see. But if you put on the notice board and then you loud wave, and then it's a proper.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. My understanding in terms of the physical public engagement is our whole meetings in our public facilities. And the MM is indicating that that is correct. MM, yesterday at the Ward Forum meeting, we in depth spoke about the IDP meetings and the public participation, that we really need to look at mechanisms that, you know, we cannot have a blanket approach. Different mechanisms for different wards in order to not leave anybody behind and ensure that they participate in the processes of this municipality. So Councillor Buddha is again just raising that. I see the light of Councillor Debula. Councillor Debula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can speak English now.
Oh, good.
No,
Thanks,
thank
Councillor
you, Madam Speaker.
Debula.
I want to add the issue was raised, the Councillor Buddha. If you can see the most of the another wards, they have the informal settlement.
Yes.
Then these people, if you can see the notice board, they have come to work.
Yes.
I know the date, maybe I'll give an example. Maybe the date is 22 ITP meeting. These people will come to work, I see the notice board, then they can attend the ITP meeting. So it's very important for that the notice board, also the loud hailing, especially the notice board.
Thank you very much. Your input is well noted. Is there any other questions or input on this item? If there's none, then the item carries for approval. We are then on page 2402, item E168, the registration of a permanent servitude over Earth 171 and 129 Wolverdans, Great Brack River, in favor of Mossel Bay Municipality in order to provide access to the Wolverdans residents. We have our recommendations listed points 1 to 5. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to propose item E168 of July 2022 as such for acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Deputy Mayor. Do we have a seconder for the Deputy Mayor?
I will second, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Claassen. Is there any questions of clarity on item E168? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
No questions of clarity, Speaker, just a vote of thanks. On behalf of the people of Wolverdance that stay in Daffodil Crescent, I know they've had access over that road over this time. I'm assuming will we then tar it as well?
Thank you very much for your vote of thanks. And then the question of if we will be tarring the road, which Mr. Director Naidu, thank you very much.
Yeah, once the registration is completed, then we've got to make provision on the capital budget for the construction of the road. What we also try to do at this stage is that we submitted an insurance claim. We're not sure we will be successful, but at least if there's some funding from, if there's a payout, then that will help towards the construction costs. But we also we will also be submitting a MIG application in the new financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Naidu. Councillor Gous, you covered. Thank you very much. I see no other lights and there's no counter proposal to this item for approval, so it carries unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We are then on item E169. The application for closure of pedestrian access lane of 2119 Hartenbos between Geelhout Avenue and Kiriot Street, Hartenbos Heuwels, for security purposes, the Gamasko Precinct Community Police Forum. We have our recommendations listed from points 1 to 3. Can I have a proposal in this regard? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Botha?
Yes, you do, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Is there any questions of clarity? Councillor Gous, I note you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on a site visit, I spoke to the neighbours or the residents that are actually bordering that alleyway, and except for one of them who never mentioned that they had a specific incident, all of them were not in favour of closing the alleyway. I did speak to one lady across the road that serves on the neighbourhood watch, and she mentioned that they have had a lot of theft from her property specifically. I'm assuming I did submit questions. It was a little bit late. I think it was Monday afternoon or so. But I haven't had a reply on that, it's not critical. I just wondered, how do we determine when we will agree to close an alleyway or not? Because De Nova has suffered with this problem for many years. The CPF submitted a letter and a request to this municipality also to close that alleyway. All the people that live along that alleyway have endured thefts from people that jump over. When I went to the alleyway specifically, I took a look if it would inconvenience the people coming to work from Sonskynvlei that work in that area. It won't distance-wise affect them because they'll just come along the tar road now at the entrance there. People coming from Hartenbos side will walk a little bit further. But it's not going to be significant. Whereas in De Nova, it will not be significant either. It's a matter of maybe 20 additional meters that people would have to walk if they don't use the alleyway. I'd just like to see us being consistent in our application in this municipality. I have no objection to us closing the alleyway. As I said, I don't think it will inconvenience the people coming from Sonskynvlei. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Councillor Gous has indicated that she has submitted questions, and I'm assuming that we will be responding to them via email,
Sorry, Councillor. Chairperson, I would suggest that because the Community Safety Forum plays a very huge role. There are people doing the work for voluntarily without getting paid. And we take what they say into account. I don't know when the application came, Councillor Gous. Maybe you can just revive it and we can take it through the same process as we did here.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Councillor Kutsia.
Madam Speaker, I would just like to emphasize the fact that we have different communities and different wards, and the needs are separate with the surrounding context. So I don't think there can be a blanket approach to the closing of these alleyways. With regards to the mentioned De Novo pathway, I am busy consulting with the public participation process from my side on that. And the community is very divided. Some of them want it open and some of them want it closed, but I will report back through the relevant structures with regards to that as the ward councillor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Your input is indeed noted. We do not have any counter proposal to this item. The item carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are then on item E170, the construction of a stand-alone telecommunication tower next to the Joint Operations Center of 2001 Mossel Bay. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Agbare Speaker, ek sal graag hierdie item wil voorstel.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia, who is proposing this item for approval. Do we have a seconder?
Ja, u doen Speaker, ek sal sekondeer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk, who is seconding. Do we have any questions of clarity? Yes, Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Speaker, I don't have any questions of clarity. The ACDP has had a concern about the costs of the Jock Centre from when we first spent 800,000 Rand at the golf club to purchase that half-built building. I do recognise, and particularly after conversations with the relevant chair, Councillor Van Dijk, that we are facing a massive problem regarding crime and we need to address that. But I also recognise that this is not a fundamental core service delivery issue for this Mossel Bay municipality. And the fees for this Jock Centre have escalated beyond my wildest imagination. At last count, we were sitting at 9 million. That's the last figure I asked for. It's probably more by now. And so the ACDP is not going to vote against this item. We accept that we're going to put up the tower. It's going to cost 600,000 approximately. We were also told the billboard in Hartenbos was going to cost 400,000 and the ultimate cost was 800. So I'm not sure if we're actually going to be sitting with the 600,000 Rand cost ultimately. And then particularly in light, I was not happy to see that we're spending more money on the Jock Centre, but then I saw the other item coming for 3.1 million that we're going to be spending. So really the ACDP would like us to turn on the brakes. I did submit a question about, I know Councillor Van Dijk and I have spoken about him wanting to generate income from the Jock building, which is admirable. But I haven't received a report on any proposals in that regard, you know, projections or a business plan in that respect. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Your comments are noted. You are not abstaining and you're not objecting, but your comments is duly noted. Thank you. Councillor Van Dijk, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me to make some comments, I think it might put the councillor at ease and some of the other councillors as well.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we need to understand that the Jock is a joint operations centre. That would mean that it's not only crime related. It has a function doing three things, and I've explained that explicitly on a number of visits and also in this specific forum. With the shifting of a number of people, we are actually saving office space. To give you an example, the call centre has been moved there as well. So I'm not sure if the councillors are aware of actually what is happening in the Jock, but it's not only related to crime. There's a range of services being offered Even the media office, there's a media office center there as well. So I would like to invite you to come and visit so we can possibly explain, number one. Number two, in terms of costs, it is often not easy to foresee certain aspects. For instance, a generator was installed. I'll give you a brief example, Madam Speaker. A generator was installed to curb if power would go down on the jock. But nobody had foreseen that it takes 2 minutes for the generator to go up and then to reboot all the systems. In the meantime, all the electronic equipment is down. So that was a cost of 200,000, close. So it's all these unforeseen issues. But on the other side, we're only seeing the negative side of things in terms of cost, but we're not seeing the positive things coming towards us that is being granted by other municipalities, for instance. For instance, if we were to purchase a management system for the jock, it would cost us quite a bit of money. So the city of Cape Town possibly would render some integration of systems for the jock to a value of 200 million. So I think we shouldn't be short-sighted in terms of what we see and perceive to be spent on a bigger picture for the community of Mossel Bay. It's the same with the tower. The 65-meter tower renders us the ability to do a number of other things in terms of communicating. Let me give you another example, is that the tower would enable us to speak to 7 different municipalities in terms of EMS. That is also co-funded by the district. So we're always just seeing the money coming out of council, but we should also understand and see and know about all the other funding coming into the job. So that's one part of it. And yes, we are looking at potential income, but we can't just purely base the establishment and the running of the jock in making money. It has to come from somewhere to the benefit of the entire community. So there's a lot of things happening, Councillor, Madam Speaker, and I think we're not always aware of everything that happens behind the scenes. So once again, an invite on the 16th to come and visit, and then you'll see what has actually happened. But it's not only a crime situation in terms of the jock.
Thank you, Community Safety Chairperson, for sharing some insight. It is appreciated. And then also, I'm assuming that all councillors are invited to the opening. Good. Thank you very much, Chair. If there's no counter proposal to the item, yes, Councillor Porter, I see your light. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. No counter proposal. I just want to make a comment.
You may proceed.
I like it when we can talk safety, community safety, and how the municipality take charge over these matters, because it is our responsibility also, even though you have the CPFs and SEPs and Department of Community Safety out there. And I would have assumed that the JOC has got something to do with joint operations between those departments. It now appears that we have joint operation within the municipal system. And having said that, I don't think that I don't hear that the Councillor Van Dijk is having a problem with Councillor Gouse's input, but mine is just to say that I don't think there is a reason for concern when the Councillor Gouse have expressed his views and her concerns in that regard, simply because where I'm sitting at, I never had a thorough idea in terms of what JOC entails. Now, in that case, when we deal with money that has been disseminated from the municipality for the operations and the building and the infrastructure, whatever you have used, one can reasonably be expected to have a concern. I think also that councillors are only invited in August to have insight in terms of what is happening in the job. If we would have had that information right at the onset and a presentation in terms of what we could have expected, I don't think there would have been any concern. And therefore, I think I just would want to raise that remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Just clarity, correctly so, as the community safety chairperson indicated that other than safety, some municipal services will also be rendered from that station. However, there are also other government departments as stakeholders who is already stationed in that jock center, and it is alarming to hear that not all councillors are up to date with the full functionality of the jock center and what it entails. And I am sure that there has been invitations extended for site visits to councillors, and I've seen feedback. Councillor Gous is indicating, she's nodding, because I've seen councillors visiting the jock center. However, I think we just at some point, and I'm hoping that the 16th of August will bring that total sort of picture in terms of what will be happening at the jock center. Yes, but I just wanted to share that light in terms of what Councillor Porter has raised. Executive Mayor.
Madam Speaker, yeah, thank you very much. Only the opening is the 16th. I do recall Councillor van Dijk various occasions inviting us, Councillor Porter. So we keep book. I think more than 700 people already visited the job. So please acquaint yourself. You're more than welcome. It's the community's building. It's our building or our space. And I'm not going to shy away. This is an expensive beast. It's an expensive beast. And unfortunately, we are only 3/4 there. We've got no cameras out in this town. We're busy with a backbone. We've got no communication backbone. So maybe we're only halfway there. And that's the reality. So we're busy with the expensive beast, and it doesn't help that we stop halfway in. We've created the backbone. We've created the center where all the information must go, where all communication should go in terms of safety and service delivery. So the idea is to have a one-stop shop where you can phone one number and where you can be helped. But it's expensive, and I think at the end of the day, we're trying to create a safe town. And obviously, we will have to utilize that to tell investors and people we've got a safe space, come and invest in Mossel Bay. But unfortunately, we first have to do that. We increasingly see that it's becoming an unsafer space. And we're actually 3 years behind. We should have been 3 years ahead already. At this stage, things are escalating dramatically. Also land invasions, and we cannot keep up. And people just invading, unfortunately, it gives us huge headaches. People expanding over our infrastructure. And it's people that needs to get services somewhere. So if we equate that to the future services we need to render and the headaches, people now have to be relocated because they go in and squat on places where they're not supposed to, because we can't stop them. So that is only part of the concerns. And then it doesn't help that we've got this back door, the back office center. Obviously, all the municipal information is also now stored there, which the Auditor General various times told us it's not the place where we had it stored did not suffice. So that is also something, but it's small stuff. At the end of the day, I'm not going to shy away. It's expensive, and we need to go all the way to make sure that this thing works. Unfortunately, we must at this stage also thank the community. We've got 150 cameras already out. That's not the municipalities. I don't even know if we've got 10. This municipality, maybe 10. I think it's not more. But and we need to help the poorer communities, and that's the next item that's coming, because it doesn't help that we've got a safety net over town with massive holes in it. So we need to make sure that we draw that net all over the whole town, and we've not even started. I mean, there's only a few cameras in certain more affluent spaces or areas at this stage. So, Madam Chair, yeah, it's expensive, and we must be thankful for there's various organizations buying in, donating, the neighborhood watches at this stage. There's poorer communities also at this stage fundraising, and I think that we must also make sure that we incentivize them first. the poorer communities who's willing to sell fed cook and chips just to make 2,000 or 3,000 rand to co-fund. We must make sure that they also reap the benefit of their efforts when we help them. And then, Madam Chair, yeah. And then obviously at this stage, we received quite a few million from the Western Cape government. We received quite a few million from the district. So we're thankful for the other, and we're also working towards a joint approach where we can share resources with some of the other municipalities and so on. But at the end of the day, like I've mentioned, it's expensive. It's expensive, and unfortunately, we're halfway in. We cannot stop now. We must finish this that we started with. We must make sure that cameras are rolled out all over town, and we must make sure that we've got communications in terms of all the safety people, all the 44 plus neighborhood watchers, that they can communicate directly to the center. At this stage, we're fortunate. I think we're one of the first centers in the country possibly where the South African police services are stationed within our center 24 hours a day. And that's why we put emphasis, and that's why I also alluded to it in the speech. It's important that we must keep politics out of this. This is to the benefit of the whole community and the safety of the whole community. And that's why we're willing to work together with the generals, and we welcome them into our town. And yeah, we share their frustrations and shortcomings and so on. But at this stage, I think this council showed backbone to say, but we're going to invest and we're going to help these other state organizations in our town to fulfill their services. Colleagues, if we look at each and every meeting that we've got in the community, if we go back 2-3 years and you look at the IDP meetings, what was the #1 concern? Is safety. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. We don't have any counter proposal, and all the inputs have been noted, which are appreciated. If there are no counter proposal, then the item carries unanimously in the interest of the Greater Mossel Bay councillors. I've noted some councillors leaving the council chamber. Just a kind reminder through the chair of the speaker, you will be acknowledged, but kindly indicate Councillor Buda was the only one who asked permission to do so. It's disrespectful. I am going to ask that we adjourn council for 10 minutes. We've been sitting long enough, and I can see councillors are coughing, some are drinking water. You are allowed to drink your water. Please have some tea outside of the council chambers. We then adjourn and we will convene in 10 minutes time. Thank you, Roniel. We will let you know when we're back online. Thank you so much, Martin. Welcome back to everybody. Ronel, we are now going to reconvene, so you more than welcome to also take up your position. If can you hear me? Okay, Councillor Porter will join now. He just went to the bathroom. Councillors, we are then on. Oh, there Ronel is. Welcome back. Thank you so much. I would just like to ask our councillors for only for the duration of the rest of our council meeting, if you do not mind, perhaps just try to speak in English for the sake of our sign language interpreter. But if you feel more comfortable to speak in your own language, that's also acceptable. I will try my best to interpret in English so that Ronel can then do her thing. Thank you very much. Councillor Gwaza is also back. We are then on item E171. It is the proposed exchange of 1537 Reebok. It's a municipal property for 1538, also in Reebok. The property of India Cornelia, and then point two, it's also the proposed lease of 1538 in Reebok by Mossel Municipality to India Cornelia. That's the item in front of us. We have our recommendations listed. Can I have a proposer, please? We have a proposer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Delamain?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll second this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie Janse van Rensburg. Is there any inputs or questions of clarity on this item? Councillor Mkontu?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I think I also need a clarity on this one because you said the other one is municipality property. But when I check on the this GIS,
yes,
there's another name there.
Yes.
Can I get a clarity?
You're more than welcome. Thanks for your question, Municipal Manager. Will it be Director Venter? Director Venter, thank you very much.
It's most probably vesting properties. That is why the name or the initial owner still appear in the GIS system. So vesting property is a property that at one stage during the township establishment, as a speaker, the public open spaces or any other property that was supposed to come to the municipality. At that stage, the law did not allow those properties to be transferred. It remained in the name of the initial owner, but we, in terms of the current system and our financial system and so on, and also planning legislation, it's known as vesting properties.
Thank you very much, Director Venter. Councillor Mkontu, you comfortable? You have a follow-up. You may proceed.
Yeah, I'll be covered if you say so. But there's another thing. This thing didn't go to committees, as you alluded that it goes to mayor's committee. There's a proposal that we ask this councillor, because when you talk about properties, all those things, there must be, I think the mayor came with the solutions to advise the councillor that we need to have the camera and the what they call the screens, yeah, in this room, so that when we talk about these things, we can be easy just to go and see it, not to struggle.
Yes, thank you very much for your input. Indeed, we try our utmost best to do it at the committee meetings, and apologies. We did not have our committee meetings as we were in recess, but absolutely for future purposes, we will definitely, in order for councillors to know exactly what we're talking about. If there's no counter proposal and all questions has been raised, the item then carries unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on item E172 on page 2418. It is the application for waiver of the restrictive condition as contained in Clause C1 of the title deed number T5499/2017 for 5185 Guanungaba, Potter's Hand Impact Ministries, South Africa. And we have our recommendation listed. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Speaker. I propose that the item E172 to be carried through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mbumbu. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Mbumbu?
Second, Speaker.
Thank you very much, all the lady writers. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposal? Yes, Councillor Gous and then Councillor Mkontu in that order. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I did submit questions on this item and I received the replies. I still have the concern, though, that we've said we'll waive the restrictive condition, but only for 9 years and 11 months, or basically 10 years period. But my concern is that that's then not helping the church, because the church wants to get somebody to come and set up, or has already been approached more than likely, to set up a tower in that area. We saw with the JOC item, 600,000 Rand is basically the minimum price someone's going to pay to set up a tower. Which company is going to set up a tower at that price, possibly more, with the idea that they might not be able to extend the lease with the church after the 10 years have expired? Now, when we look at the way we've treated other churches, particularly the NG site, we never placed that restriction on them. So I'd like to know, as a council, why we cannot just waive the restriction and say that the restriction applies then to the rest of the ground on the church building, but that area where they want to put up the tower, that we don't put up a restriction on that for 10 years. So why don't we just give them a waiver for that piece of ground, so that they don't have to come back to council after 10 years and ask again and possibly be refused, and then the company can't rent from them. And that's a risk to the company, and they might then not put up a tower.
Thank you very much for your input and your question. I have Councillor Mkontu also pose his question before we respond.
I think I also need a clarity on this one, especially to the author of this agenda, because if I remember quite well, this agenda is not the first time to come to the council. And we've been saying that we want the proper public participation, according to my word, because if you said that there will be a tower in that ward, then what was the process of talking about the people to involve the community? Because the tower is not for the church.
Thank you very much for your question. Municipal Manager, we have two questions. Councillor Gous and Councillor Mkontu.
Chairperson, I think as far as the public participation, it will go on in public participation now after the resolution. Councillor Gous's question, it was definitely taken into account the capital expenditure or that might be invested there. And for that, under normal circumstances, the administration would have proposed a 3-year period, Mr. Prince. But in this case, because of that, we thought it might be good to make it 9 years and 11 months. And obviously, the person can come back to council if they want to extend it in future. And I think from the church's side that they are happy with the 9 years and 11 months, because they wouldn't have done it if it was only 3 years. I don't know if any of the colleagues want to add anything, Chairperson, Speaker.
Thank you, Municipal Manager. In our recommendations, point 8, it's clear that the public participation process will follow. So Councillor Mkontu, you covered there, and then point 10 indicates after completion that the item then will come back to council. So there will be that process. Councillor Mkontu is throwing a thumbs up. He's happy. Councillor Gous, you covered? Absolutely, thank you. We don't have any counter proposal. The item then carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are then on item E173 on page 2423, the application for the renewal of the lease agreement of a portion of Earth 4807, portion 125 of the Farm 129, situated in Longstreet, Great Brake River. And this is by the Great Brake River Tennis Club. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie Jansen van Rensburg. Is there any colleague who have a question of clarity or counter proposal? No indication. The item carries unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We are on item E174, page 2428. Item amended of notorious lease agreement, the amendment of notorious lease agreement between the Mossel Bay Municipality, Mossel Bay Golf Club, the Mossel Bay Golf Estate Homeowners Association. 1, for extra parking and open area, standalone communication tower included, and 2, the establishment of a helipad. Can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you have a seconder, and if you would want an explanation, I'm willing to do so after we've concluded.
There's a seconder. You are more than welcome to give your input, Councillor. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I think it's prudent that we just maybe explain is that this is for future development on the eastern side that we potentially would need, because that would encompass the erection then of the specific tower. It would be stupid to only ask for 25 square meters. So we've gone back to the golf club and we've asked for the entire area on the eastern side in the notarial lease to be given to the municipality again. So that will allow us in terms of future expansions. The 2 items you will see there, the one is the piece of land on the eastern side, and the other side, and the other one is the heliport that was constructed to allow us to bring in and send our choppers from that specific center. And as I said earlier, as it's a joint operation center, it doesn't only relate to police matters. It could also be a fireman that gets up in the chopper or whoever. So we've created a heliport on that specific land. It's marked and it will soon be certified by Civil Aviation as a specific heliport.
Thank you very much for that insight shared. Is there any inputs or questions of clarity? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. If you will allow me to climb on my little hobby horse for 1 minute. I don't have anything against golfers, but I do have an issue with the fact that the Mossel Bay Golf Club pays 10 Rand rental per year to this municipality. And so it's a concern for me whenever I see an amendment to a lease and so on, but I have been assured that this is not going to cost us any extra money at all. Even when development then occurs on the eastern side, as Councillor van Dijk has indicated, that there will be no further costs to this municipality in the terms of purchases or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. You not abstaining or against the item? Absolutely, very well. Thank you. There are no any other inputs. The item then carries unanimously. Councillors, we are on item E175. The proposed amendment of Council Resolution, alineation of Earth 20739 Mossel Bay, situated at Alma Park, Mossel Bay, by means of a tender process. We have our recommendations listed. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, before I propose, I just want to add on to recommendation number 3.1 on page 2437. The recommendation reads that approval be granted for the alienation of Air 20739 situated at Alma Park, Extension 23 Mossel Bay, to 3,023 square meters by means of a tender process in terms of the supply chain management regulations and policy. Since it is not required for basic municipal processes to be utilized for institutional purposes only, I want to add for the establishment of social facilities such as rehabilitation and counseling center, orphanage center, shelter, youth center, or similar. I want to propose with that amendments.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker.
Alder Lady Writer. So there's an amendment to the recommendation 3 and point 1. It was added for the establishment of social facilities such as what Alder Lady Writers has read to us. Do we have a seconder for the proposal with the amendments?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. There's then a seconder for the proposal with the amendments. Is there any questions or inputs? Councillor Buddha?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, since once upon, I understand what the word councillor, what councillor do. Oh, thank you very much. Since we're talking about the selling of land, yeah. Madam Speaker, last night I was having a tough time last night in a meeting situation. While we're talking about the selling of land, why you can't buy the land underneath the school in just level 12 for those people they back there before anybody get banned and then passed away. Because if somebody passed on the whip of the day, if somebody passed on there, nobody can replace that person. Why you can't now? Because we can see here we're buying the land. We want this municipality to buy the land there for those people before any incident happened there. On record, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Yes, you are on record. Taking a nice gap there to speak for your community, and you're absolutely not wrong, but it was a gap taken. The item in front of us is for the Alma Park and Ward 13, but your input is duly noted. Councillor Mkontu and then Councillor Gous in that order.
I just want the councillor to note that, or to remind this councillor that there's a stand for the ANC in regarding with the alienations. And we have an item here that need to be discussed in regarding with that. So this councillor must note that, by the way, we need to also to, as we have a stand, we have also a view that when we sell this land, let's prioritize the people that, because this area is the people that were disadvantaged before. So we cannot just sell this land to the people that were privileged. So we need people that were disadvantaged to be a priority when they sell the land in these areas. But we have a stand as ANC.
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu. The ANC abstains against the alienation of land, and then their position is noted as such for this item. In terms of your input, I think, and there will be a tender process. Your input is noted, and Councillor Reiters has indicated what the purpose will be for this, and I think it's a very, very good thing for the community. But the ANC's abstention is noted. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when this item first came through the committees and first came to Council, the ACDP voted with this item. We agreed with the item for housing, for the development of housing. It's now come back with a proposal that it rather be used for social upliftment projects. Not due to any objections that came from the community for housing, but due to the representation of I think the item says a few members of the public suggested that it rather be used for social upliftment. Speaker, I'd like to say that providing housing for people is a core action of social upliftment. And for that reason, I'd like to just give you a short discussion. From a human perspective, basic housing for human beings is a necessity. This is also a constitutional right as declared in South Africa's Bill of Rights, Section 26, in terms of which the state is obliged to achieve the progressive realization of this right within its available resources and by means of legislative and other measures. This right to housing is also protected and enshrined in Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights as well. This fundamental human right to housing should also ensure a safe, secure, habitable home. This is essential to human dignity, which is also protected in the Bill of Rights, Section 10. This right to have access to adequate housing therefore goes beyond the mere provision of a building, as was noted by the Constitutional Court in Government of the Republic of South Africa and others versus Grootboom and others in 2001, where the right to access to adequate housing is intrinsically linked to a number of other cross-cutting rights. And this, Speaker, now is why I am mentioning this specifically. Thank you for indulging me. The psychologists teach us that as social animals, humans require self-respect. This comes from being recognized by others as...
Relevance, is the ACDP going to provide a counter proposal, or otherwise I would question the relevance on the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Whip. Councillor Gous.
I am going to present a counter proposal. Thank you. But regardless of that, I think it would be wise for even opposition councillors to take cognizance of what is preferred practice and understood for improving living conditions of communities.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. You may proceed so that you remain within your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. This comes from being recognized by others as being worthy of respect and from having meaningful roles to fulfill. Promoting dignity through social housing schemes has several unexpected but welcome benefits. The attendant improvements in the lives of house owners are numerous. Among them, Speaker, are a decrease in juvenile delinquency rates, a decrease in teenage pregnancies, an improvement in school performance for children, a decrease in crime, an increase in community involvement, increased participation in elections, an improvement to the neighborhood, an improvement in the financial affairs of the homeowners, and this results in a boost to the economy. Researchers can only speculate as to the reasons for these social improvements that go along with home ownership, but the most common and encompassing reason is that homeowners move far less frequently than renters and hence are embedded into the same neighborhood and community for a longer period. So, Speaker, while we are saying we're looking at social upliftment programs, I think that we are simply putting a plaster over a burning issue, and that is addressing people's basic need for housing, the need to be shown respect, and the improvement in the environment that will then come about will make drug rehabilitation centres, for example, unnecessary. Regardless of that, we also have already earmarked a piece of land just on the other side of De Nova and between Builders at Home for a rehabilitation centre. And so the ACDP would like to propose that rather than put the land out for a drug rehab or something like that, that we rather keep it for housing, which will have a natural spin-off of us not eventually needing drug rehabs and so on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Is there a seconder for the proposal of Councillor Gous? You have a seconder?
The Patriotic Alliance will second it gladly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. We then have the ANC who is abstaining from the item. We have a proposal by the ward councillor, and it was seconded, and then there is also a counter proposal by Councillor Gous, seconded by Councillor Porter. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, sorry, I was outside and came in late on this item. without delabeling the point of my good colleague next to me, Councillor Gous, and the matter at hand. I just want to have an idea in terms of housing where it stands now in terms of numbers that will be allocated, houses that will be allocated in the current housing scheme that we are having. Then, upon that,
Councillor Porter, that's not the item. Thank you, Council. That's not the item on discussion. Can you please speak to the agenda point? However, your question are being noted.
Speaker, let me just get to the item. Are we dealing with 175?
We are on 175 in terms of that proposal for the tender process.
Councillor, let us be very careful in terms of raising point of orders that is to derail my point. We are dealing here with an item that has been on council. The item number reflects on this item. It is a previous item for housing. It now moves from housing to social upliftment. You cannot claim that there's a point of order we're not dealing with housing. Housing is central to this point.
Councillor Porter, can you please just speak to the item in terms of what your question of clarity is or your concerns? We have a proposal and a counter proposal, which I will put to vote, but I'm allowing you to give your input, please.
Thank you for allowing me. Mine is to say, and I want to continue to say, one, we need to have an idea in terms of the numbers of housing that will be allocated, because that will determine the need of this point from moving from housing to social upliftment. You know, once we have that establishment, we will be able to ascertain how many backyard dwellers will still be outside there. And even if you call me to order, housing will be primarily to social upliftment. And I'm not saying that social upliftment is not necessary in this municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. I'm putting to vote the two proposals in front of us. Before I do that, the Executive Mayor, his light is red. Mayor, you can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yeah, thank you. I just want to, at this stage, obviously, this is about the land, but just I can obviously concur with what's been said. But we must also remember that housing, in terms of, and I also firstly agree that the state is obliged to provide housing, and definitely it will help with the social circumstances. But at this stage, we've got 3 years of government, and the responsibility is provincial government to build houses, and obviously from national government we receive funding. We're only the agent at the end that implement. So we can still argument, but yes, we're talking about the land. But in terms of the budget, and I'm not saying it's adequate, but in terms of the budget, there's no way that we're going to get more. At this stage, Mossel is getting a lot more than our fair share. Remember, we are in competition with other municipalities in the Western Cape. And a massive part of that budget goes into current housing projects in Mossel Bay and still upcoming for the next 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7 years I mentioned in the budget speech. It's a massive amount. And for that, we've got land available. Then we must also remember a lot of these people with social issues do not qualify for housing. So it's important that, yes, we're talking about the cause of social issues, but at this stage, there's also a current situation that needs to be addressed. We get various non-profit organizations coming to this municipality saying we will be able to help. We know that the department do not have the funding to help us, same as other provincial and national departments. We've spoken about safety just now. It's the same story with social. And we've got organizations that's willing to help, but almost all of them say they don't have money for land. If we can supply land, they're willing to come in, put up a container and to assist. There's resources out there that we can tap into. We must just take their hands. People with social workers working for them and so on. And we don't have all the answers. We don't have a budget for us. It's also, social is also an unfunded mandate. and so on. But yeah, so it's complex. I do agree with the arguments that's been made, but I just wanted to also emphasize some of these arguments, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Your input is also noted. Councillor Gous, your second opportunity.
Thank you, Speaker. I hear what our mayor is saying. I do want to just mention, though, that in this council chambers, we have been told specifically that land for housing is a challenge and that we don't have sufficient land. And so that is a concern. But then specifically with the social upliftment slant, there is in extension 13, as you come off of that main road on the left-hand side, there's a small building there that was, I don't know what it was used for, but there's a large parcel of land there. I can indicate it later on, but that would possibly be more suitable for that type of social upliftment. But yes, hearing what the mayor has said and understanding his concern, I do want to just note the fact that we have been told there isn't sufficient land for housing and that it is a challenge in Mossel Bay. And for that reason, I'd like to protect the land that we do have that's currently available and has been earmarked and has already gone through a process to be identified for group housing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. I'm putting to vote the two proposals. Yes, Executive Deputy Mayor, you will then be the last speaker before we go to vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just for info, I would like to put this to Council that Council's SDF and housing pipeline. In that, we acknowledge the the grondwet van die land, the Constitution. And Mossel Bay Municipality, the housing opportunities that we present is in various forms. The original item was about the private selling for the rest of the development, and not for housing projects as such. Thank you, Speaker. I just want to put that as info. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of Housing, for the clarity. Can I then, the ANC is indicating their position. The proposal made by Elder Lady Reuters has been seconded. Can I please have an indication of all those in favor of the proposal made by Councillor Reuters? Amen. Thank you very much. Can I, Mr. Prince, can I just ask clarity? Are the speaker allowed to vote or not?
Yes.
Can Mr. Prince please have his light? Thank you, Councillor Porter.
The speaker is of course allowed to vote, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for that clarity. Councillor Porter, I'm busy with the voting process. Can you just switch off your light now?
Speaker, I just want to respond on this one with all due respect to the voting process. May I?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Speaker, thank you for allowing Mr. Prince to assist. I would like to question that response. It is my understanding when there's a deadlock in a vote that the speaker then have a discretionary vote. Now, which of these two takes preference and or is the factual one? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Prince.
Of course, it then depends on the situation, Councillor. If there's a deadlock, then it comes to effect. Before that, the speaker still has a vote.
Thank you very much. I put to vote the proposal made by Councillor Can we just have order? I think, colleagues, it's clear. I mean, I don't know why we're questioning this morning. I'm putting to vote the proposal made by Councillor Gous, seconded by Councillor Porter. Can I get an indication by the show of hands? Thank you. Recorded as such. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous and Councillor Porter. Yeah, that we can do our work in the spirit that we've just concluded that. All the inputs has been noted. And municipal manager, it is valid inputs made and raised, and we are taking seriously note of what has been shared. Thank you to the councillors. We then conclude on item E175. We are on item E176, page 2438. The alienation of 4534 Hartenbos, situated at Mandela Street, Sonskyn Valley, by means of the tender process. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the ward councillor, I will propose.
Thank you very much, ward councillor. Do we have a seconder for the ward councillor?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kannemeyer. Is there any questions of clarity? Any counter proposal? None. The ANC abstains as per the previous position. So we noting that the ANC is abstaining. Thank you very much, and the item then carries. Thank you, councillors. We are then on item, my apologies, E177, page 2443, the proposed settlement of High Court application for the demolishment of the units affected by the landslip at CMO Vlug, Hartenbos. We have our recommendation in front of us. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Speaker, the ACDP will propose.
Absolutely welcome. Thank you, ACDP. Can we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I'll gladly second. Thank you.
The ward councillor is seconding the item. Councillor Buddha, I note your light. You may proceed.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I recall in CMU, was this thing of a slide where we find that houses are sinking, as Buddha is saying. So now I want us to be clear in this plots, all of these plots, because in my understanding, once upon, we say we are going to rectify those houses because it's a nature. Now I see a lot of plots here, they're going to be maybe to be demolished. So I see the money, 450,000. I want just the gist of the story, because really, there is a lot of this thing in Mossel, by where we find that the sliding of the houses, like in Frodrack and whatsoever. I want just the gist. I want us to know what.
Thank you very much. Councillor Buddha is asking clarity with reference to the amount, municipal manager.
Yeah. Chairperson, no.
No, Councillor Buddha, no, you must speak through the speaker's chair. Yeah, please. And I'm asking the MM, and the MM can then delegate in terms of who will be responding.
Chairperson, the amount, we don't know if the amount going to be 450. We're going to go out on a supply chain process. The amount can come down to 100,000, or it could even be 600,000. But in that case, if it's more than 450, we will come back to council report first before we do anything.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Councillor Buddha, are you comfortable with that clarity? You're not comfortable.
I want more clarity. What's happening here? I know the money. I said that these plots, we've got a number of plots here. Yes. And then I know the demolishing of this thing. Yes. What's happening in this? More clarity.
Thank you very much. The Municipal Manager is indicating that Director Venter will give the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. In short, if we compare this, for instance, this landslip and the situation on this one to what we experience in Wolvedans, is the fact that In this instance, it's basically private land developed by a private developer, and then there's a court case. And then that facts, I think, has been presented and is currently in front of council. So that's a huge difference between the two, and therefore the settlement. In terms of a Volverdans, of course, the Department of Human Settlement provides the funds for the demolition of those houses and the erecting of new houses. So I think the cause of what happened is the same, just different locations, but what's been erected there in the past is also different. It's your private developers versus state government. So therefore, the response by the municipality differs in that. But in this instance, there's a, like I said, there's a court case, and this item is more about the settlement pertaining to the court case.
Thank you very much for the clarity provided, Director Winter. If you could just switch off your light. Councillor Buddha.
I'm satisfied. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. The reason why the ACDP proposed the item, jumped the gun, so to speak, is because the Mossel Bay Municipality is acting in the interest of preserving and protecting life, and we appreciate that. Specifically because a lot of those residents have not got the money to demolish their homes. And so we really appreciate the municipality doing, in my opinion, the just and the right thing in assisting. At the same time, Speaker, I would like to say that if this municipality had followed the advice of the ACDP when that landslip originally occurred and reimbursed people to a degree, we would not be sitting with these exorbitant court case prices now.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. There's no counter proposal. The item carries. Thank you very much. We're on item E178, page 2447, the proposed housing project and further formalization of the Toekoms settlement urban 2667, 2686, and 2693. Great Brack River. Can I have a proposal, please?
I propose, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ward Councillor. Do we have a seconder for the Ward Councillor?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would gladly like to second this item.
Thank you very much, Executive Deputy Mayor. Is there any questions? Councillor Buddha, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I see here the future project. But when I recall in your committee, Deputy Mayor, I recognize that there is a future project like Toekoms and Brandwag. You were writing two items. You know that I'm not talking in the plan, I'm not part and parcel of that committee. Here now I raise the issue of that. If we're talking about the future project, let us talk about the block project also, where I submitted 20 beneficiaries in their housing, so that they must be considered. Brandwag, Toekoms, and Joslov block project, because it was just those people they were waiting for the houses almost from 98. The first development there, they were just the site is well serviced, toilet is there, water is there, only to put the houses there. We must not leave behind that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Buddha is not against it. He's indicating that other future projects must also then be considered in this fashion. It's noted. Councillor De Bula.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want also to add for this input was the Councillor Buddha was talking. If you can see even the Ward 1, most of the Ward 1, the people stay there from 1993. Still don't have their house there. Still is waiting. 1993. Remember now, if you can see now another block project, they will see the people was young. I was scared for the house. But still the age. And then look the age that the people is come from 2000, let's get the house. What about these people that from 1993 waiting? So I want to extend for that one. It's not against us. Look, all the walls is supposed to build for the housing.
Thank you, Councillor De Bula. It's well noted. Councillor Baron.
Speaker, the Freedom Front will abstain on this point. The reason for is that There's a lot of court cases currently in court for all community property associations across South Africa. A lot of those cases are already won. So we don't want a situation whereby we take the mission stations of the Khoi community and put it under the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then the Freedom Front is abstaining and we're noting as such, and also the ICDP. Thank you very much. The item then carries and we're noting the abstentions. Thank you, Edmund. Good. We are then, my apologies, on item E179, page 2450. Representatives on Mosdastria Motorsport NPC, the nomination of a third director on the board. Can I please have a proposal in this regard? I see the light of Councillor Buddha.
I propose.
You propose. Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Just so that we note, colleagues, the recommendation has got 4 points, and one of those points are that council then nominates a second councillor to serve on this NPC, and Councillor Buddha has just nominated the item without a name. Councillor Buddha, we need a name. You don't have a name. Can we have a proposal with a name, please? Yes, Councillor Kannemeyer.
I propose that Councillor Delamain will be
the third director.
The third director.
Thank you very much. Councillor Buddha, there is then a proposal from Councillor. Okay. Yes, Councillor Delamain.
Speaker, I'm already a director as per previous council decision.
Okay. Councillors, please, can we just get the order right here? We need to approve this, but council must propose a third person to serve as a director. We noted Councillor Buddha and we noted Councillor Kannemeyer. I see the light of Councillor Botha. Can we have the light for Councillor Botha, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll propose then with the nominated director being Councillor Donovan Larson. And yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Then the third director to be Councillor Donovan, who used to be the secundi. Then do you have a proposal in terms of who will then be the secundi, or just the third name that you're proposing?
Madam Chair, if I may, since I don't think he want to propose himself, so I propose that Councillor Stefan then moves into the secondary position. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We then have a proposal that Councillor Donovan serves as the third director with Councillor Botha as the secundi. Can we have a seconder for that proposal now, please?
I will second that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Everybody comfortable? Thank you very much. The item then carries unanimously. We are on item E180. New municipal streets, portions of Divisional Road, OP 0682, Boekenhout, Geelhout Avenue to Wassenaar Street link in Mossel Bay. Do we have a proposal?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, I will propose.
Thank you. The ward councillor is proposing. Do we have a seconder for the ward councillor?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barker. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposal to the item? Yes, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not against the item. But Speaker, I want just to take it note that when we raise issues here, same accord with the street. If you look the people from Izinyoka, they are unable to go in their houses. I just 9 months ago, I raised the issue of streets, short streets like about 100 meters, but it's so difficult to make a street in our areas. Please take note that everything we raise here, we just not stood up and on this issue while listening to the people and then bring the thing here. So let us just take in one accord. When we raise issues, just take into consideration and because you are the speaker of this council. That is why I say you must not allow to vote because you are the speaker of this.
I must look at everybody, yes. Councillor Buddha, thank you. Your input is noted. Councillor Buddha speaking of what is the street's name? Oh. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. The is indicating that he will also engage you to do such a site visit in terms of linking the relevant roads for that community. Thank you very much, councillors. There is no counter proposal, so that item then carries unanimously. We are on item E181, the revised social media policy. Do we have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Do we have a second for Councillor Leroux?
Madam Speaker, I second it.
Alderman Boyson, is there any comment or questions on this policy? Yes, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. I note that what I'm going to have exception to is not part of the amendment, but it does still speak to the social media policy. Looking at point 4.3 and 6.6, despite the terminology used in the policy, I think it's important that we discuss the protection of free speech, Speaker. And this policy as it currently stands is an infringement on the constitutionally protected rights of freedom, belief and opinion of the employees of this municipality. As employees of this municipality, politicians cannot infringe on their personal and autonomous rights. As we've seen happen all across the globe, people have expressed their support for traditional marriage, for example, and have summarily been dismissed by employers that have succumbed to the woke agenda. This point in the policy amounts to censorship. As a Christian democratic party, the ACDP would never infringe on the fundamental rights of others, regardless of the bully tactics used by activists and political party funders. This municipality's employees must have the right of affirming their religious and personal beliefs without threat of losing their employment. And Speaker, I don't include in this defamatory statements about the municipality. That's understood.
There's a point of order. Yes, Councillor Leroux.
Speaker, as the ACDP councillor rightly said at the outset of her monologue now, she is not debating the issue at hand. The policy has been before council, it has been approved. At issue now is amendments to the policy. And I would like us to please stick to the point as it is stated in the agenda.
Really very relevant. Thank you, Councillor Leroux. Councillor Gous, you may proceed to either conclude with a counter proposal or just conclude on your input.
I have concluded, Speaker, but if I can just draw the other councillors' attention to the fact that by approving amendments, you are now approving the policy in its entirety. And so for that reason, the ACDP will abstain from approving this policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gous is then abstaining from this item. I see the light of Councillor Buddha, Councillor Baron, and Councillor Machusini in that order, please, and the Mayor. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they were talking about these policies. In our side, as long with the unions, the trade unions, they are involved and then they are happy. We don't have to take a decision here. When we go out there, the people really, they suffocate about our decision. But my colleague, Jesse, is going to give us a direction about this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Where's the light now? Councillor Baron.
Speaker, this states the Freedom Front Plus asks for a 5-minute caucus in this item. Thank you.
There's a Councillor Buddha, thank you. There's a 5-minute caucus granted to the Freedom Front. Hy het voor die LLF gedien hoor, die staan. Hulle beswaring beteken ja.
forced change. I think that's the main change, and so on. But yeah, I don't think this policy impedes in any of that rights. What I do think is that we must consider. We're also a liberal party, and we believe then that people should be able to make their own decisions. Same argument when we debate about abortions and so on, which I know Councillor, the ACDP, Councillor Gous also has got a different opinion, and obviously she's allowed to that. But what I think is important is we're dealing here with people whose employees, and whenever you share information that is not to the benefit of this organization and it's untested, because there's a real chance, we see all the time information flying around on social media that's untested. And when the employees of this company or this organization share that stuff and it's to the detriment of the hard work that's been done by this organization, we're working hard so that we can attract investors, so that we can create or have job creation and so on. And whenever you've got people destroying that due to sharing unfound information, that's problematic. And I think at the end of the day, it all boils down to trust between the employer and the employee. And what we're trying to establish here is to protect that relationship and to actually protect the employee. Because at the end of the day, if you've got bad relationship, then you can't operate. I think that's why the speaker also, she handles this meeting, for example, in such a way that we keep good relationships. Because at the end of the day, we're from different backgrounds, we represent different parts of society and the community. But at the end of the day, there must be that mutual respect amongst us. But then also very important to that is discipline. If I must argue the freedom of speech, then I can argue, but the employee can just tell the whatever he likes because he's got freedom of speech. But at the end of the day, there must also be disciplines and rules within an organization. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Meyer. Can we just have the
Speaker on a point of order?
Close the council door. Thank you very much, Eunice. Yes, Councillor Gous, you're rising on a point of order.
I am, but I can't find the exact number now, but you'll know what I'm speaking of. It's the opportunity to provide clarity where I've been misunderstood.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP is not objecting to the fact that employees are prohibited from bad-mouthing the municipality on social media or posting anything sensitive about the municipality or pictures or in any way denigrating the municipality. What we are objecting to, Speaker, is point 6.6 says, and it's very insidiously written, but it says employees have a right to their personal privacy. They have the right to keep their personal opinions, beliefs, thoughts, and emotions private. This has been written in the negative. Employees are prohibited from sharing anything via social media channels that could violate any constitutional rights of a person or group that could be detrimental to the employer. So, Speaker, if I was employed by this municipality as an administrator and I commented on my friend's social media, somebody that is pushing a very liberal ideology that's destructive to the fabric of society, and I comment in favor of what that person says or in agreement, according to this policy, that employee can now be disciplined, and that is not right. This should be written in case. Employees have the right to their personal opinions, beliefs, thoughts, and emotions, and to express them on their personal Facebook or other social media pages. I object strongly to the fact that we want to gag and muzzle our employees from speaking what they held probably very dear.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Your inputs are noted. I'm going to put to vote the two proposals that my apologies. Before I do attend to the two proposals, Councillor Matusini wishes to comment.
Thank you, Speaker. As ANC, because of the union were rejected here at point 3, and then Samu is not there. ANC will be abstaining on this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matisini. If you can just switch up your light kindly. Thank you so much. So the ANC is abstaining from this item and we have two proposals. Municipal Manager, do you wish to share input?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, no, I just want to reiterate the policy in front of Council was accepted in the past. And there were only a few structural amendments made, and the Mayor alluded to it. I can give the Council the assurance that our HR department have scrutinized this policy. I understand what Councillor Gous is saying. Obviously, this type of policy, Speaker, to me as the accounting officer is very important. Because we had instances in the past already where officials overstepped the line and did the wrong thing. I understand the freedom of speech issue that Councillor Gous is talking about. This policy doesn't negate that. This policy is simply to regulate a relationship between the employer and the employee. There was an instance not very long ago where an employee was almost fired because he said stuff on social media which were not tested and which was unfounded. There was an investigation, and that's the reason why the unions are also trying to stop this policy, because their members could be charged for violating it. In my view, Speaker, this is a tool for the administration to establish discipline and to manage discipline in the workplace. And as the Mayor said, I agree with him wholeheartedly. It's better for the employee to know exactly what the playing rules are before the game starts, so that he knows which rules to play into. Then without rules and eventually oversteps and he gets charged. We don't want to charge our employees. We want to empower them to know what are the rules that they should be playing in. I think what Councillor Gous said is to me semantics, because we're not gonna, if somebody make a comment about something which has nothing to do with the municipality, obviously we're not, if about abortion, for instance, we're not going to charge the person. But if somebody says that a councillor that A, B, and C, which is not the truth on social media, then we will look at it. I think that's the whole idea of this policy, Speaker. It's definitely not to take somebody's freedom of speech or expression away from them. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Porter will be the last speaker on this item, as he does have an opportunity as a party representative to speak. You may proceed, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. It is the Patriotic Alliance's view that any employer, and that includes the municipality, has the prerogative to impose any rule or regulation to manage its affairs. And on that note, while we have this bone of contention as to whether it's right or whether it's wrong, our concluding point on this one is to say, in such a case, nothing precludes any party to take this matter to the relevant authorities or courts or platforms where it will be established as to who is right or who is wrong. And finally, anything that is an infringement in the provisions of our democracy and our constitutional in general, particularly when it comes to the items that is referred to as listed grounds on discrimination and all these type of things, should the employer, however, take action on something that has been enshrined in the Constitution as a listed ground, that will be then determined on that platform. On that note, the Patriotic Alliance will abstain from this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. To the vote then, we have the proposal of Councillor Leroux, who has been seconded. Can I see those, the hands in favor of the proposal by Councillor Leroux? Thank you very much. The Patriotic Alliance is abstaining. Can I please see those in favor of the proposal by Councillor Gous, seconded by the Freedom Front, please?
Speaker, may I ask for us to mention our names when we vote, please?
You
Our
can.
party. Thank you.
Let's start with you, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP votes against the social media policy. We propose that these items, these sections be removed that infringe on the rights of employees.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Porter, can you just state on the record your position? You did indicate abstain. Councillor Gous is just asking that we do this now where you put it on record, please.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. The Patriotic Alliance abstains on this matter with reference to what we have alluded to.
Thank you very much. Councillor Baron, from your side.
Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Baron, against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Liebenberg. Thank you very much. Councillor Kutsia.
Madam Speaker, I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Klaassen. Can you put on record, please? Press your light.
For Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bavuma. Can you please press your light on record?
I'm for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. Councillor Parker.
I'm for.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parker. Deputy Mayor.
I'm for it, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor.
For Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter.
For Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Delavan.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Furness.
For Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Leroux.
In support.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk.
In support.
Thank you, Councillor Van Rensburg.
Support.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Councillor Meyer.
Support, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kannemeyer.
For Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Reuters.
For Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mumbu.
For it, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Sechunsa.
Support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dabula.
Abstain.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha.
Abstain.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkontu. Councillor Mkontu.
Abstain, Councillor Mkondo.
Thank you, Councillor Kwaza.
Abstain, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Machishini.
Abstain, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Boyson.
With a full month, I support it.
Thank you very much, Speaker in favor. Thank you. That concludes the item, colleagues. It has been duly noted by the administration. Thank you very much. We are then on item E182, page 2455, the revised smoking policy that is in front of us.
Madam Speaker, in the benefit of public health, I propose.
Thank you very much. The policy where the amendments are being proposed for approval. Do we have a seconder?
Speaker, is a responsible smoker. I second.
We have a responsible smoker seconding there. Thank you very much. Do we have any inputs or comments? I see the light of Councillor Dabula and then Councillor Buddha and that fashion.
The ANC abstain for this smoking policy.
INC is abstaining from the smoking policy. Is there any other inputs or counter proposal? Yes, Councillor Buddha.
Yes, Madam Speaker. As long as the union are not putting any input here, they are quiet. We don't want to harm the people. No, we are abstained.
Thank you very much. The ANC is then abstaining from this item. Councillor Mkontu.
And that must be noted that the involvement and the involvement of the union is very important.
Very important. And the request of Councillor Mkontu is then that it is noted that the ANC is abstaining and we're doing it as such. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on item E183. Of our agenda. It is the policy regarding the way leave application process to both external and internal service providers for all construction works within Mossel Bay municipal jurisdiction. We have our recommendation in front of us. Can I have a proposal, please?
Thank you, Madam
Yes,
Speaker. I would
Councillor.
like to propose the recommendation to Council that the amended wage leave policy be approved by Council.
Thank you very much. It is, the recommendation as is in the agenda reads that only cognizance be taken, but it is proposed that this amended wage leave policy then be approved by Councillor Delamain. With that amendment, do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie Janse van Rensburg. Is there any input or questions on this item? Councillor Buddha?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want just a little bit explanation about this application processes. Because previously, we used to say in Mossel, but there are big five. All their work in Mossel, but they go to big five, only in favor of other people. So now I want to just more explanation about this, so that when we come to a collective agreement, you know that what's happening. Although we take cognizance.
Mr. Naidu.
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Buddha. Director Naidu will respond. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for clarity, this wage leave policy was approved about 2 years ago. There's small little amendments, but just with regard to the query raised by Councillor Buddha, under 7.6 on page 2466, it reads as follows: the use of unskilled local labor outside the Mossel Bay district. The applicant is expected to source at least 60% unskilled labor from local sources and refrain from using unskilled local labor from outside WC 043 where feasible and practical. So that is something new that we added now because it was a problem in the past. If you had a fiber contractor working in our area, he comes with people from, he employs people from outside Mossel Bay, and obviously he was met with resistance and problems. So we specifically addressing that in the new policy. Okay, sorry, Madam Chair. These are private contractors. They're not appointed by the municipality. It's telecom, and some cases it's municipal internal departments that do work as well. So this policy covers, all areas.
Thank you very much, Director Naidu. Councillor Buddha.
Okay, follow-up question, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
That's one question. These private companies, they used to come in Mossel Bay and then to create some job to employ the people here in Mossel Bay. But they used to say, municipality, he gave us this scale of, of salary, 80 rand a day. They are not talking about an hour and so on. Is any figure who says the municipality maybe when we employ a company outside is using the community so that we know that it gave 150 a day of something like an hour. So it's something like that.
Thank you, Director Naidu.
Madam Chair, no, that is not covered in your wage leave policy.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarity. Councillor Buddha indicates that he is covered. And you are not against the item. You just wanted that clarity. Thank you. Any other questions? None. The item then carries unanimously. Very much, councillors. We are then on item E184, the Honours Bylaw Commendation Certificate, National Nipper Life-Saving Championship, and this is in front of us in terms of the recommendations listed 1, 2, 3, that certificates be awarded to the young men as listed there. Do I have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, you certainly have, looking at the good work they're doing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I definitely second that item.
Thank you very much for seconding Councillor Delamain. Any counter proposal? Nobody is against this item. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on item E185 on page 2479, the establishment of the Mossel Bay Municipal Community Safety Forum.
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia, for proposing the approval. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, you do, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kannemeyer. Is there any questions or input on this item? I see the light of Councillor Gous and Councillor Buddha in that order. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, regarding this item, if I'm understanding it correctly, the administration are going to be tasked now with an additional committee that they have to attend to. And is this not a duplication of the role of the current CPFs? Why can that not continue as is? Why, it seems to me we're duplicating that function now by establishing another committee for safety.
Thank you for your question. Can we just take the question of Councillor Buddha also, and then we can have collective response. Thanks, Councillor Van Dijk. Councillor Buddha.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. No, we are not against this. Just as long as it's not going to work parallel with the police, as long as it's going to work with the police and the CPF as stated here. Because the chairperson, we don't want to see, we are just sneezing. We don't want to see Western Cape is in an island. They do their own thing, they've got their own nuclear, got their own policies contradicting the national policy. Yes. As long as like that, we've got no problem. If it's contradicting, it's a problem.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Councillor Van Dijk, as chairperson, you may respond.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. First, to clarify something, that CPFs are instituted by way of a Police Act 68 of 1995. So it relates specifically to police stations, where people have the opportunity to make input with regards to service delivery, with regards to police stations specifically. So that is the functions of CPFs. The CSFs is an institution where it includes all the CPFs and all other role players, may it be schools, may it be churches, may it be everybody. So it's an inclusive body, making sure that it covers the entire Mossel Bay, the greater Mossel Bay area, to also ensure that we are also represented at district level, because there's a district model as well, which is implemented. So it means that we run a parallel process, as Councillor Buddha has rightfully asked. It's not excluding, it's actually making it more inclusive of everybody to make sure that that we run the safety initiatives forward and allowing everybody to be part of it in a big way. It is not a project of the Department of Community Safety. It is a functionality which they try and structure throughout the entire province to ensure that there's greater inclusivity in terms of participation. So they're definitely not in opposition. All councillors were also invited to a CSF meeting, the constitution thereof. What we're just doing now is we are formalizing it to ensure that it runs to council. So one day when I'm not here, nobody of us are around, that it continues. I think that's what we're trying to achieve, to make sure that we have a solid base going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. Just also clarity from my side. Did we not in the past, I'm not sure, from the previous term, already had this structure? If and I can recall a specific council meeting where Mayor Leeuwendaal, the then Mayor Leeuwendaal, was very passionate about it, because it served in front of council, and I think Councillor Delamain was then seconded by council to serve on that committee. Yes. Can I just get clarity? Is this coming from that council decision which was already before us? Is this now a new thing? I just want that clarity also from my side, MM.
I'll answer if that's okay, Madam Speaker. It was established on the 26th of March, a year ago. The discussions were led and facilitated by the Department of Community Safety. It was supported by both mayors, and it was opened accordingly. So councillors were present, nominations took place. That same structure is going forward. We're just formalising and making sure that what we have decided is going forward. There's also what we call an assessment tool, which is attached as an annexure, and that makes sure that the chairperson has to respond and also elaborate and report on that specific structure. So it's just making it a little bit more formal.
Thanks, Councillor Van Dijk, for that clarity. Councillor Gous, you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I hear the responses and I appreciate it. I think I do just want clarity on, is this not actually the role of the clusters? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Councillor Van Dijk, you indicating no. Can you just go on record? Can I just have the light? Councillor Mkontu, I'll give you an opportunity now. Can we just follow the processes? Can you just, you indicated no, perhaps you can just explain why.
I'll explain briefly again. CPFs is a structure within police stations. They have a specific structure in where the chairpersons of each CPF is represented on a cluster board. From the cluster board, a representative then is selected to go to the provincial board, but it's based on CPFs only those specific CPFs. The role of the CSF is a lot more inclusive in terms of everybody, including all the specific organizations or institutions collectively.
Thank you very much for your Councillor Gous is also indicating that she understands it better, and I hope all other colleagues. Councillor Mkontu.
Enkosi, Madam Speaker. Okwam apha kukufuna ukwazi nje.
Okay, just 1 second. Ronel, I will translate in English for you. You may proceed.
Okay. Okwam apha kukufuna ukwazi nje ingabe le policy sake sayi-workshop mhlawumbi ndibuyilibala, but if bazange sayi-workshop kunemibuzo endinayo endihlala into yoba ke singene kuyo ine-workshop.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mkontu is asking if this policy has been workshopped. What's in front of us is not the policy.
No, it's not a policy.
It is not a policy. It is just to give. Yeah. Can I just have? It is just a forum that are being established. So, Councillor Mkontu, I hope that provides clarity. And then, Municipal Manager, I think it's appropriate that I now request this, that we perhaps just take some time and plan and see if we can bring council together, provide an opportunity for a presentation so that everybody can understand, and can it also be inclusive of a full explanation on the operations of the JOC. So perhaps at a time convenient for councillors and everybody to come, that we do this now so that all councillors can have a full understanding of where this council mayor is moving, because there's a lot of questions and uncertainty, and I think it's just appropriate that we bring our councillors fully up to date. Amen.
Speaker, it's very good wisdom from your side, because a lot of the councillors are new. They were not here in the previous term. You are also aware that council has adopted a community safety plan. And a lot of the councillors are not aware of that. I think the MMC will agree with the acting director that we are in the process of reviewing the safety plan, Speaker. So maybe that will be a good idea, MMC, if we can bring everything together. Speak about the origin of the community safety forum, because it's not something that fell out of the air. It's a national strategy which was devolved to provinces. And I think the Western Cape province is the furthest in the country as far as community safety forums are concerned. So, Speaker, it will definitely be a good idea, MMC, that we put something together, and maybe the strategic document also that council that we ran with on public participation a few months ago. We can put that all together and have one happy workshop for council, especially for Council Mkonto, a workshop. And if a workshop is good, then maybe Councillor Buddha can get a flip with the MMC in the chopper, in the helicopter. Ne?
I want to conclude on this item. All the lady writers, I see your light.
Madam Speaker, thank you, MMC. May I add maybe that we include the representatives of the ward committee members for safety to bring them up to date with all the safety plans in the Mossel Bay.
A very good proposal by all the lady writers. Is there a seconder? Does council accept that proposal? There is a seconder by Councillor Gous that we include our ward committee members who serve on that specific portfolio. Councillor Van Dijk, last one, then we will move forward.
Madam Speaker, I will gladly oblige. I would think that we do this in the JOC. So that we handle it all at the same time. More than willing to do so, because there's a lot that I think the councillors do not know what is happening behind the scenes, and would put their mind to ease to see that we've done a lot more. Maybe to conclude, Madam Speaker, on the specific subject, is that Mossel Bay was the first municipality in the entire Southern Cape to have its CSF functional. So actually the province at that stage. So we are the front runners, and we're trying to assist and do what we're supposed to be doing.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. I remember that when the district called for all the municipalities to submit their plans, we have been the very first municipality. Thank you very much that we, as we have now resolved, so that we can take all our councillors' work, because there has been a lot of work done through the chairperson of safety, and we want to thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. This morning we had a lot of deliberations on the issues around safety, and you've added great value, so thank you very much. There is no counter proposal from the floor on this item. It carries unanimously. Thank you, councillors, for the discussion. We are then on page 2497, item E186, notice of motion in terms of Rule 50 of the rules regulating the conduct of meeting of the Council of the Mossel Bay Municipality, item for council decision for 28th of July 2022. And this motion was submitted as per the rules by Councillor Buddha, and I will now hand him an opportunity to speak to it.
Madam Speaker, firstly, I'm not comfortable here. I never saw Councillor Leroux so angry. I don't know what.
Angry.
You make me shiver as well.
Is Councillor Leroux angry? No, she's not angry. Councillor, she's not angry.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Buddha, please proceed.
No, this item, when I said it here, I said looking to this cut-off dates for the items. Yes. I didn't want to send this thing as an emotion, because when it comes to emotion, I know that I can't have a time to elaborate, to talk to them, because you are going to vote me out. That is why we said you must not vote. Now I put it.
I'm not going to vote you out, Councillor. The council will, yes. But please, Councillor Buddha, I'm affording you an opportunity to speak to your motion.
I put it as an item. What we're asking here, we ask a simple thing. You can see when you see 2499 here. We want us to know what land have been sold. As one day we ask to the land committee so that we can follow the land, how many land we've got, how many land have we sold, to whom it may be sold. But here, when I write here, there is no answer at the moment here. And then it's just the explanation. You can go down there. There is no answer in this thing. That's what I asked in that item. how many land were sold to whom, and then how many land we reserve, how many private land, prime land, and so on. That's what I put it in.
Thank you very much. Councillor Buddha is now indicating that it was never his intention to bring a motion. It was merely a question in writing with reference to our land transactions from the municipality. Yes, Councillor Buddha, I'm going to hand to Mr. Prince.
Yeah,
you may
thank
speak.
you, Madam Speaker. Just to matter of clarity then, is Councillor Buddha withdrawing the motion as it is currently written? Thank you.
I'm not withdrawing anything, Chief Whip. So I want just a clarity in 1.31. What land has been sold? To whom have been sold? The purchase amount, you go down with all of these questions. That's what I said. I was thinking that this item is going to be accompanied with annexures. That particular land is sold there, that particular land with procurement lands. Here's a question here, but they are just written here, there's no answer. So I'm waiting for the answer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Mr. Prince, am I then correct in assuming that Councillor Buddha has got now it reads there's a heading that says it is recommended. And then there's all those points that has been listed. Then would that then serve as the recommendations from the ANC in terms of the motion? Is my understanding correct, Mr. Prince?
That's correct, Madam Speaker. That's how I understand it as well. That is then a recommendation, and if that recommendation is made, it must be proposed by Councillor Buddha, and he must obtain a seconder, therefore, and a counter proposal may be made by the council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince, for that clarity. So, Councillor Buddha, I just want to, Councillor Porter, I note, I just want to structure what is in front of us. So we have a motion. Councillor Buddha has introduced it. And do you have a seconder?
Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance for the very first time wants to second an item in council as if we were the drafters of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. Are you then seconding the motion by Councillor Buddha? Counter proposal. Thank you very much. Do we have a counter proposal?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I would then like to introduce a counter proposal.
You may proceed.
I may proceed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In relation to the issues raised in this motion, sections 1.1 and 1.2 thereof, the required information on land ownership can be obtained through the GIS Department of the Municipality, as the GIS layers are updated on a regular basis from information obtained from the Deeds Office. No audit is necessary as this information is available. Also, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has also in phase 2 of its land audit report already provided the information regarding private land ownership. Then the GIS departments or its service providers should be approached to provide the information in the required format. Also note that all land registered in the name of the municipality is listed in the asset register of the municipality, and the finance department may be approached in this regard. In relation then to section 1.3 of the proposed motion, a biannual report is submitted to council containing all municipal land-related transactions as per council resolutions. It is suggested that the administration be approached to provide more information on transactions of interest as required in the motion. Speaker, the following counter recommendation is therefore made: that no land audit is required as information is available, and that the required promotion of access to information applications must be brought for access to said information as it may contain private individuals' information. And that cognizance be taken that a biannual report is submitted to council containing all municipal land-related transactions as per council resolutions, and that any information in relation to these items must be requested in terms of the municipality's rules of order. Speaker, that is my counter proposal.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for that counter proposal?
Madam Speaker, I will second the counter proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia, Councillor Buddha, and then Councillor Porter in that order.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, when you look in the recommendation for 1.1, it's not saying what Councillor Porter is saying, because it says the land auditor should be prepared within a period of 4 months. So what is saying, all he's saying is contradict the recommendation here. For that, Speaker, I want just a 10-minute caucus.
Councillor Porter, I'm going to grant the ANC the caucus, but you can give your input quickly.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, with due respect to the whip and his input and his counter proposal, you know, as councillors, it's fine if we are opposition parties in this council. But when you have this feeling of being treated as a stepchild on things that are critical to the management and the oversight of the municipality, of which we are very key and strategic. We've been elected, inaugurated lawfully from the auspices of the independent electoral officers. It doesn't sit nice with a councillor that has the equal roles and responsibility of any councillor, whether you PR or a ward councillor and or a higher councillor or permanent councillor. We have a duty to oversee what is happening within the municipality. It doesn't sit nice when we are referred to a GSI or GIS. There is something far-fetched while we are requiring information that is supposed to be readily available.
There's a point of order. Yes, you may proceed, Councillor. Councillor Kutsia, you called for a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there was 2 motions put forward, and I would like to request that we vote on the 2 motions. The content of the motion of Councillor Botha to be discussed and the merits thereof will be determined by the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. Councillor Porter, your input has been noted. The ANC has called for a caucus, which I will grant. No, I'm not going to allow a discussion. I'm going to allow the ANC for the caucus now, so that we can continue when we come back to the council meeting on the discussion and decision.
So he's actually overruling the speaker.
Caucus granted. No, it's not. The council is asking that we go to vote. I'm saying that I'm granting the ANC now the caucus which there has been requested. Council adjourned for 10 minutes.
Speaker, due respect, he did not have a what is this, against what I was saying, but against what we are ruling on, giving me an opportunity. I convinced.
Too much people.
Thank you very much, councillors. We are now reconvening the council meeting. Thank you very much, councillors. Who is the mayor? Thank you very much. We had apologies from Director Nyal and Director Naidu, who has got other commitments, so they excused themselves, and that is noted. Councillor Buddha, you called for a 10-minute caucus. You may now proceed to address council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, by the time we forwarded this item, I was forwarding this item not as a motion, as an item as we are giving to this diagram, so that put your item just before 12 o'clock in the corporate so that we can discuss it. Our main issue, we want just to discuss issue one by one. As we see here, where the land, to whom it may sold, how many land, and so to everything. Now we are going to take this thing again back to the council. The coming council are going to put the item so that not as a motion to debate it, because we want answer in this thing, because now there is no answer. There's no use to go sit here and then at the end of the day we vote and then we didn't debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha's then withdrawing, because in essence it is information that he wanted and he never intended to present us as a motion, and that you have a seconder that it is being withdrawn.
Councillor Mkondo, and the reason of withdrawing is the way this councillor treat us as councillors. It seems here some of other people, they have a rights to put the items to this councillor and discuss and be discussed as an item. This was clear stated that as an item. I don't know who said no, let's put it as a motion. We didn't say that thing as a councillors of the ANC. So I would love to the lawyer of to try to advise us whether we were wrong to say is the item or we don't have a right to put an item for this councillor to be discussed.
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu. You seconding the withdrawal and all your inputs are noted. As a member of this council, you and all councillors have the right to present requests for information. And then I'm just kindly reminding everybody, colleagues, we're not debating this item, it has been withdrawn. Thank you. I just want to now just say, I am not appreciative of the fact that I think that we tend to in some occasions, you know, just go over the line in terms of showing respect for the processes of the council to the speaker and to one another. I just kindly want to remind everybody that we are all councillors here and we are all grown-ups. Let's please stick to the rules of order, and that we also can show to the public that, you know, we are respectable when we are here. And this is now the second time. The previous time when there was an outburst, I also requested, and I'm now again requesting it. I'm not going to do it for a third time, then we will follow due procedure, because I think it's unnecessary. We have had throughout this morning in good faith taken decisions and attended to the business of the council. Why would we want to now at the end of the agenda do it otherwise? Thank you. I am on item E187. Notice of motion in terms of Rule 50 of the rules regulating the conduct of meetings of the Council of the Mossel Bay Municipality. Behuising. Raadslid Botha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I'm going to request that as Councillor Comfer is not here, to introduce his motion that in terms of Rules 50, subsection 4, the motion shall lapse as the councillor is not present, and that he can then reintroduce the motion at the next meeting when he is hopefully feeling better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That is correct. We will not be able to attend to this as per the rules of order. So Councillor Comfer will then be informed accordingly, and it does have an opportunity to then resubmit this. Thank you very much. We are then on item E188. Our two additional council items. The replacement of the Democratic Alliance proportional councillor to the Garden Route District Council. We have our recommendation there. Can we please have a proposal in this regard?
Propose, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions of clarity? Yes, Councillor Buddha. Councillor Baron.
So I'm first, Councillor Buddha. I have the red light.
You may proceed, Councillor Baron. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I disagree with the process. Our recommendations, and I want to read it. Just want to read first one, because it's. Now let me read it. That Councillor R. Barker be recalled as representative in the District Municipal Council. That the municipal manager informs the electoral officer accordingly within 7 days from the date of council resolution. 1 and 2 is fine. That the District Municipal Council be informed accordingly by the municipal manager is also fine. That's our recommendation. The problem that I have, this is a item of this council. That's why it is in front of us. I have a problem that the district council yesterday already inaugurated our proposal of today. So my proposal is, from my side, because of the disrespect of this council. They can't disrespect us like that and inaugurate our councillor that we seconded to them today, yesterday, they inaugurate. It's not right. So my proposal is that we communicate to him via our municipal manager and ask them to inaugurate our councillor, Councillor Bavuma, again after today. It's my proposal. Otherwise, they disrespect us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Baron. I see the light of Councillor Buddha. Then I have Councillor Gous, Councillor Porter, and the Mayor. Or do you want to speak, respond to Councillor Baron now? Okay, Councillor Buddha, Councillor Porter, can we have the Mayor, please? I'll appreciate that. Thank you so much. You can press on your light for.
Okay. So perhaps the Mayor can respond to the event because I even want to answer you.
Okay. Can I just get an indication, Maya, are you comfortable that we have the councillors ask and then you good? Thank you. So we have Councillor Buddha and then Councillor Gous, is your light not on anymore? Thanks. And then Councillor Porter. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker. I concur what is the latter speaker saying. Now this item is in front of us, but it's already a done deal. Now we want to we are confused because it's already done deal. It's already replaced already. Why this thing is here? Why are we debating here? That is our questioning the processes of this thing. Because really, I was asking the IEC, Madam Speaker, in terms of the ratio of the ANC, how many people we're supposed to deploy there in the district. But he says it's going to come back to me, but it's more or less 2 is supposed to be 2 in terms of the ratio of the voters. Now that is why we are looking at this thing. We're going to just listen to the Mayor. After all, we're going to see what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to add on to the Freedom Front Plus, and I want to also read the recommendation, mindful of what the Freedom Front had already read in terms of 1, 2, and 3. Recommendation says that Councillor A. Barker be replaced by Councillor J.J. Bavuma as a representative to the Garden Route District Council in terms of the rules. And again, on the issue of the fact, or mindful of the process at the district yesterday and our council today, where there's a recommendation, particularly with reference to the deployment of Councillor Bavuma. And I want to concur when there is a notion that there is disrespect, because, you know, it is not the first time that we have detected it. And allow me on the very same note to air our view on the issue of the proceedings and how we think best things should be done in accordance to the rules. On the 10th of November 2021, all councillors were inaugurated, right? And then the deputy mayor was opted not. I mean, the governing party felt that they're not going to elect that person into that position. It went viral on the media. I'm sitting with an article of the Herald for that matter, right? Which was a fact. It is what transpired. But then on the 17th of November, prior to a council meeting, I'm reading, "It is my privilege and honor to announce the deputy mayor-elect for Mossel Bay Municipality." Now, this is the mayor on social media. Only to have the legitimate process of election after the days or a day after this post has been made, because he said Alderman Bayman will be inaugurated tomorrow, right? The mayor, the speaker, and the deputy mayor were supposed to be elected and inaugurated on the 10th. Here we are sitting with a process that has been, you know, pronounced in the public, while council process was not taking effect in a justifiable manner. And this is just a background in terms of how I want to support the position of the Freedom Front Plus, with the emphasis on a request that one must at all times respect, and the emphasis is on the rules that must apply to each and every party or councillor in this council chambers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so first of all, the Structures Act changed. So in previous years, and that we had various debates in this regard, how the process should follow, and obviously we've also asked the IEC. So previous years, and that's why this item is back before council. Previously, when swaps has been made in terms of the 3 seats that's allocated to the Democratic Alliance, in terms of the caucus, there's people that they vote for them or that they choose that that represent them, which can be changed. It stays our 3 seats, so nothing changed. So in previous years, you could say, okay, I'm recalling this one and I'm sending that one for whatever restructuring reasons. But that changed. And we had a debate, could we still do it the same way or not? So we asked the IEC, and the IEC said, no, there's a specific process. We first need to come to council, say that we're going to change or make a swap. Then the IEC will go back to the party and be informed by the list. That's a new part that's not been there. So from our side, we had to deal in the background with the party to make sure that the person that we want there is on that list that the IEC will ask from them. And further on, the IEC mentioned that then they will come back to us and tell the municipal manager that they can communicate, or the municipal manager could communicate, but then the IEC will come back to us to say who's going to be that person in terms of the list, and then the council take the decision, and then that decision gets communicated with the district. The problem is the IEC did not follow their own recommendations. They've sent a letter straight to the district municipality telling them this is the new person on the list, and obviously we've got that letter. And then you can actually read it as well, and then they said, so you can carry on. And which happened yesterday. So we had a debate. Should this item now still come back? And at the end of the day, we've been advised, yes, but in terms of the legislation, it states that although the same as my announcement prior to just after the election, as you've alluded to, although it's a person on our list, it still must be a council decision. So it's got nothing to do with respect. It's about due process, nothing with respect, due process. So yesterday a person has been, and I agree with that process, and the communication from the IEC, I totally agree that was not correct because they did not follow their own recommendations, but I think it's due to the change in legislation, so it's unknown territory. We've spent quite a few conversations on getting the right way and so on. But I think at the end of the day, in terms of legislation, it states that this council take the decision, although it's our list and our people that's representing us. So I could have said yesterday, yes, Councillor Babuma is going. It's nothing to do with disrespect to the council. This is due process. So now we're following due process, but I do agree. There was unclarity, and I don't think, and I was also thought, but it's not right that he gets inaugurated before we take the decision, because it seems stupid. And as if we're not, that we don't have respect for each other and so on. So yeah, it looks like that. But I think I've explained the reasoning behind what happened. And I think if the IEC's letter came to us, then we would have followed the instructions as they've set out from the beginning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Mr. Prince, can you just from your side, in terms of the amended legislation, just inform Council as to are we on the right path here?
Thank you, Speaker. The correct process was followed. In short, I think, Councillor Baron, you can go and read to Section 27 of the Structures Act. it was amended as correctly stated by the Executive Mayor. Also, I think I need to mention that a replacement takes effect as from declaration by the IEC. Therefore, in terms of our resolution, it was 20 July, where they declared the replacement as valid. So, in effect, Councillor Bavuma is councillor as from the 20th of July. And although I agree with you in principle, they correctly could have inaugurated him yesterday, as the vacancy was with them. So, although it's a bit skewed at the moment, it's still legally correct.
Speaker, if I may ask, was that a Freudian slip?
Very much Afrikaans on this.
Thanks, Mr. Prince. Mr. Prince, so in essence, the item in front of us is for cognizance.
Yes. Madam Speaker, very importantly, you still need to take the decision. Okay, there's a change in the legislation, but you still need to take the decision. But funny enough, what you in fact doing is you just take cognizance. If you read my recommendation in terms of the legislation and you go down the legislation, you will see it was just a replacement on the party list and you just need to take cognizance of it. That's it. But I still believe that the decision is worded correctly.
We have a proposal and a seconder. Is there a counter proposal? No counter proposal, the item. Yes, Councillor Baron.
Speaker, let me say one last thing. For all of us, it don't sound right. I'm not against, and we will not vote. I just want to say, from my side, this thing could have been turned upside down. But because of certain arrangements and agreements that was made before council start, I rather decide to leave it there. But it could have been changed if the Freedom Front Plus is still unhappy. Everything can change, but we don't want to go that way. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Your comments are noted. There is no counter proposal. The item then carries. Councillor Buddha, we're almost there. And I don't know, we must look at this thing of cost containment. For this long hour meetings, we have councillors here who have diabetes and so forth. We must at least have a healthy snack. Chicken. Yeah, that's just tongue in the cheek there, to your side. Councillors, we are then on the last item. It is item E189, the Joint Operations Center non-profit company donation. We have our recommendations listed from 1 to 5. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. Do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder for Councillor Kutsia on this item?
Madam Speaker, I second it.
Thank you, Alderman Boyson. Is there any questions? Yes, Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Sorry. Thank you, Speaker. I do now understand how the previous item becomes critical for this council today to deal with it.
Are we on the previous item or are we on
I'm making a comment that is that will take me to this item.
Are you taking a gap there? So we then on item E189.
Yeah.
And you may proceed. Thanks, Councillor.
You will now understand what I'm trying to say, why I mentioned this one. You would not.
Thank you. Can we just
From where you said you won't.
Can we just have order? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Porter, you may now proceed for the second time.
And the item here deals with the Joint Operations Center, hence the funny remark from my colleague over there. Speaker, question. Is it proper and within the rules of council to bring this item a day before for us to consider, digest, and come and debate and take a resolution on within 24 hours? That's the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Porter, and it is absolutely a very relevant question, because in terms of additional items, we have the rules of order with reference to the agenda, and correctly so as indicated by the councillor, it was late. Can you please respond to that? Councillor Porter, can I just have the
I'm sorry.
to please explain to council why we have had this item as an additional item to the agenda? Thank you.
Speaker, thank you. I see now sometimes it's not only the politicians that get difficult questions, administration as well. Speaker, now this thing follows on other council resolutions that were taken previously. For instance, the establishment of the non-profit company. What happened? This item served before the mayoral committee, and it was like other items supposed to be automatically be taken into the agenda for the council meeting. There are numerous other items, but for some or other reason, this one didn't go through. And we only picked it up, I think 2 days ago, to speak. And because of the importance to get the NPC and the job started up to start working, we have an official opening during August month. I thought it well to speak to you, Speaker, to get it out to the councillors, at least not today, but yesterday, so that they can acquaint themselves. And if there are any questions at this stage, or if council need to take a caucus for a few minutes to trample it out and speak to us, we are prepared to do that, Speaker. So I don't want to blame anyone, councillor. I take the blame myself. For some or other reason, it wasn't known into the system automatically. That's why we are late with it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, and also for indicating that it is served in front of the mayoral committee meeting. However, we are taking note, and also for future reference, that we just ensure that we follow processes. I can confirm, Councillor Porter, I did raise the concern with the administration yesterday. You have a follow-up, Councillor Porter?
Yeah, last bite.
You may proceed.
Speaker, nothing from what I've heard from the justifies. I'm taking note of what has been said, but nothing justifies the fact that we can now bend the rules of order. Therefore, it is my view and my submission that this matter must be deferred to the next council meeting, in order to respect the rules that we are always reminded of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Is there any other input or counter proposal? Yes, Councillor Gous.
If I may just make a suggestion, I actually went to go and ask, I was about to type and ask yesterday why this item hadn't appeared on the agenda when I noticed we had an additional item. If I hadn't gone to go and do that, I would have missed the fact that we had an additional item. So if I can just suggest that when I understand that there are administrative errors that occur, we're all human, but that we then just get a quick SMS to say, councillors, please take note, because you're not in front of your laptop the whole time, but you do have your phone with you all the time, just to make us aware. And then as regards the item, the ACDP abstains.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. A reasonable input there. We're taking note, administration, in terms of late items, that we alert councillors in time. And then I'm noting the ACDP who is abstaining, Executive Mayor.
Madam Speaker, from my side, I do agree we need to keep to the rules. But I also understand this has been distributed. I mean, the mayoral committee was already days ago. That agenda has been distributed. So, and I think that all the councillors do read all the agendas. And I think this was not that it's a new item that's been pushed through for some or other sinister reason. It's been a mistake. Anybody can make a mistake, but everybody had enough time to acquaint themselves with the information. But with that, I also, if there's anybody uncomfortable, so I would I would propose that we carry on, but if there's any uncertainties, let's have a debate.
Thank you very much. The ICDP indicated that they're abstaining. Can I get an indication from the Freedom Front?
We will also abstain.
Thank you very much. The ANC, Councillor Machisini. The ANC is abstaining. The Freedom Front, the ICDP, Councillor Porter.
Patriotic.
Speaker.
Lijkt voor hier.
Dat is die meerderheid, want het is uitgevoerd financiële implicaties.
Maar zij switch off. What?
Can we just count?
The ANC is abstaining, ma'am.
The ANC is abstaining. Councillor Porter.
Patriotic Alliance abstain, Speaker. Thank you.
The Patriotic Alliance is abstaining. Yes, Mr. Prince just needs to advise us here.
Speaker, thank you. I will appreciate it if we can have a vote. This has a financial implication, and we need the majority of council in this regard, please.
Thank you. All in favor of the proposal for acceptance of this item, can we please by the show of hands indicate? Do we have a count? Thank you very much. It's 19 and all the abstentions are noted. Thank you very much. Councillors, thank you for your time. May you have a blessed day. God bless. Ronel, thank you for joining us.
Speaker.
It's appreciated.
Speaker. I just want to thank the pastor for sitting through the whole meeting.
Can we just, councillors, the mayor just wants one comment here from the mayor's side.
Thank you, colleagues, for indulging, and I just want to thank Evangelist Gift and Pastor Benson for sitting throughout our whole meeting. We normally are disrespectful. We did not act because you were here as people of God. So thanks for sitting through our meeting.
Thank you very much. We then have the Liquor Bylaw Committee that will commence now. Thank you.